Why didn't you dodge? Did you foolishly assume that I was just going to stop?
I wasn't going to dodge regardless of whether you stopped or not. I didn't say anything wrong, so why would I?
There has to be a way to...
It would not perturb us should you and your little group break off from ours.
You bastard! How dare you speak that way?
that got away.
Drop to the ground! Never again!
Motherfuckers. I missed my ride. I'm the one that got away.
Speak that way!
Pisses me off.
Fuck you! 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 Fuck you!
À bientôt.
panda, pues. Panda, boom.
Patrón, no sé.
Welcome the darkness! Welcome the darkness! Pray for silence! Pray for resolve! Welcome the darkness! Walk with me and rule! Welcome the darkness! Walk with me and rule! Welcome the darkness! Pray for silence! Pray for resolve! Walk with me and rule!
brains out!
Even though they want me to bite my tongue, where I'm coming from is like, fuck that, I still been it. The long run separates the weak and strong ones. Never underestimate how deep the songs run. Pace yourself so you can face yourself. Run hard, you really only race yourself, yo. All lies. All the die right. Round in your head out. War is pain, so we all the die fight. Round in your head out. Just the mindset back. All for the love, brace yourself, yo.
Just wanna say goodbye. Please understand I have to leave and carry on my own life. I don't belong here, gotta move on here. Escape from this afterlife, 'cause this time I'm right to move nobody listening. Give me a chance to be that person I wanna be. Lord, I'll try so hard, but you gotta let go of me.
Titanium. Don't stop to the club, to the club. Go silent. Don't stop to the club, to the club. Don't stop to the club, don't stop to the club, don't stop to the club. Go silent. Don't stop to the club, don't stop to the club, don't stop to the club, don't stop to the club. Don't stop to the club. Titanium. Don't stop to the club. Titanium.
Break it down. Break, break. Break it. Break, break, break it. Break it. Break it. Break it, break it, break it, break it, break it down. A la noche hay patrón.
I'm supersonic. Now if you're down, try and catch me, but you know I can't go. So I'm supersonic. Now if you're down, try and catch me, but you know I just can't go slow. Yeah. I'm supersonic. Now if you're down, try and catch me, but you know I can't go. So I'm supersonic. Now if you're down, try and catch me, but you know I just can't go I just can't go I'm supersonic.
I dedicate this video to everybody who still comments about RuneScape, even 10 years later. It's really been 10 years now, and actually I find it interesting. I have nothing against it. Why should I? It's just that clearly you do not understand my perception of this reality. You live in a world which is man-made. Everything that you care about is made by other men. This has nothing to do with how I live my life. I live on Earth, a flat Earth, and I follow nature to level up because we are on a plane. And that's a topic for a different video, but we are literally in a virtual reality, which is pretty much the same thing as any of the video games that you play. And there are rules to this also, and you are able to actually move on. However, the trick is that they want you to focus on other realities that they created, so you're stuck in there and you never get anywhere. That's what video games are all about. I don't want my cells to adapt to an unnatural lifestyle, because that's exactly what they do when you are around radiation. This has been proven. Your cells mutate, as I explained in the video about cancer, and they literally get addicted to radiation. So you always get pulled back to the computer. This is when you have your hands on the mouse and on the keyboard. You of course will lie to yourself and not want to admit this to yourself, because this is only about yourself. I don't care about you as such, and nobody online does. You may want to believe that, but the videos of the people that you watch who are popular are simply using you. That's why they thank you for watching their videos, because of the money, which doesn't exist. These are oblivious slaves, just like you, and I'll never be able to see you as anything but scum. You're losers. I have as much respect for you as I have for vegetarians, which is none. You're at the bottom of this reality. You're in a trap and you're never going anywhere. This is how I will always see the people who comment about RuneScape or anything related to that. And you should understand that before you actually bother typing something. You're the same people who will get diagnosed with cancer and everybody around you. And because of your ignorance, not understanding that cancer is actually a good thing, you will get the treatments and you will die from it. Same as you don't understand that the earth is flat, that the 9/11 planes are not real, that we are being given only plants because they want us malnourished and sick. Where can you find real, natural, raw food anymore? This is all going on, depopulation, because the population of the earth is decreasing rapidly. And you are oblivious. And you wouldn't be playing video games if you would understand this, because it's the same as being depressed and suicidal. Not being aware of what is actually going on. Otherwise you wouldn't be doing it. And I want to explain to you something about being popular, because everybody should understand this. If you want to be popular on a video game, it means that you want to be liked by people who are into popular ideas, popular beliefs, the brainwashed slaves, and you want their attention. You see, I don't want anything to do with these people. That's why I would never actually go back to playing that game. Does that make sense now? Even outside of the internet, if you are popular, it means that you are either a good actor and you lie to people for your own benefit, or you're simply also a slave. If you are intelligent, it doesn't mean that you're popular, because most likely you would be unpopular, except if it was your aim to actually trick people into being popular and into them liking you. And that's very easy nowadays. I could make videos with pop music and talk about topics that everybody cares about, but I'm not like that. As far as nature is concerned, the more unpopular you are, the more successful you are. And this concept of popularity applies to everything. This is why I listen to more unpopular music usually, because it's not made for the more simple people, for people who don't have an advanced sense of music. In the 90s there were exceptions, and actually more complicated, structured music was popular, that wasn't made for the people who have emotional problems and can only listen to one or two genres without going insane, because they are confronted with emotions that they don't want anything to do with. they actually used guitars in rock music, and nowadays pop music is called rock music. It's all messed up. In 2007, I was miserable, and everybody around me most likely understood that because that's how I treated them. This is psychology 101. The way you treat people says a lot about you. Reflection. And it's all not black and white, but it is pretty easy to understand. Squid Game is a TV show that got very popular out of nowhere. At least, that's what they want you to believe. The media only promotes shows that they really want you to watch. It's not some random Korean show that all of a sudden got popular all over the earth, and that coincidentally shows exactly what the elite does behind our backs. It's to smear it in your fucking face. You sit in your four-wall prison watching slaves fighting for money while other rich slaves watch over them. It kind of reminds me of something. The next day you go back to your slave job, eat your slave food, completely oblivious that you just watched a show based on real events. Where do you think all of the homeless people that go missing go to? There's people disappearing all around you, and you watch it like a fucking moron. They were simply showing you some of their favorite games that they did in real life. The show makes fun of the fake elites, such as politicians, who watch these games. They are portrayed as unhealthy, fat alcoholics who are never sexually satisfied. The enlightened ones would never put alcohol anywhere near their mouths. This makes absolute sense because they are no different from the other slaves, except that they actually got rich. They grew up with the same unnatural values. They chased nothingness all of their lives, seeing as money doesn't exist. They can buy anything that they want, which is why their lives become meaningless, seeing as nature is the only thing that can actually fulfill you.
Programs like this show you what is happening all around you without you realizing it. The symbolism is obvious on purpose. They are making fun of you. It's all a game. This program also programmed people to believe that you can't trust anybody and that you should always fight on your own, that being in groups is dangerous, and that it won't work out anyway. This is how they want you to go through life, weak and afraid. Of course, the brotherhoods and families that are in power are all naturally based on trust. This is why they succeed and dominate. We have many strong and clever people on this earth, but they have divided us so that there's no resistance.
Of course, they also brainwashed everybody morally, as they always do, by portraying the good guy as the winner, because he had compassion, and that will always trump evil, as you could see. In reality, that would never happen, because he was weak. But of course, they want you to see weakness as strength. Everything is twisted and upside down. We are all part of one big game created by the enlightened ones in this world, not on this earth. I don't talk about nature in my videos for fun. I do that because the only way to be happy and healthy is through nature. I don't have any religious beliefs, which is why nobody else's opinion offends me about any topics. Being religious is a sign of weakness because you need to attach yourself to something. You don't accept life for what it is and what it naturally offers you. This is why you will almost never see any Christians, vegans, Muslims, etc. that watch my videos but disagree with me on that specific religious belief, simply because it is not just a belief for them, it is what their life is based on. This is my first example of being extreme, because all religious beliefs are extreme, seeing as they are unnatural. As in, they are very far from our natural state without any man-made beliefs. I am normal without any of them. The norm of today, which was created by the elite, and that's what our society is based on, is completely and utterly irrelevant. It means nothing. One of the main reasons my channel got popular is because I eat raw meat, which the slaves see as an extreme diet, while at the same time they eat seeds made into sludge, which are then formed into specific forms, such as bread, cookies, and pasta. Not only is that extreme, that is actually literally insane. It's also a big mistake to call eating raw meat a diet. I'll give you some examples of actual diets. The standard American diet, which is when you are addicted to drugs. The vegan diet, which is when you slowly degenerate by only eating plant foods. The paleo diet, that's when you eat cooked unnatural meat and man-made vegetables and seeds. The primal diet, that's when you drink man-made toxic vegetable juices and eat toxic nuts made into sludge and so on. Those are all man-made diets in which you have to follow man-made rules. I don't promote any diets. I simply promote eating the way humans eat in nature. Wolves and cows are also not on a diet. They eat by instinct. Eat whatever you want, whenever you want to, as long as it is natural. This way, you will not be extreme because you will not be on a diet. Eat raw meat, drink blood, and you will be normal. The next example of being abnormal are today's families. It is very extreme to have 1 or 2 children, as most people do nowadays, because in nature you would have around 20. The more children you have, the more normal you are. Do you even understand this? You little fucking brainwashed slaves. You are extremely extreme, very far from the norm, also known as nature. Don't get me started on people who have no children at all, because that is beyond extreme. It's a severe illness. Having sex with a condom is also extreme. People believe that I'm extreme because I don't work, as in I don't have a regular job. Yet, nobody in nature works. And no, hunting is not a job, you moron. Again, you slaves are the ones who are so far away from the norm that you start working for man-made paper with man-made symbols on it, or man-made symbols on a computer screen. You are literally working for nothing. What you do is very extreme. How about hygiene? It is normal to never brush your teeth, not even once in your life. Therefore, you are an extremist for brushing your teeth. Humans in nature don't wash their hair with shampoo or any other harmful chemicals. Generally, washing your body with soap, which 99% of the time is toxic, will only destroy your skin and the microbes that live on it. All of this is extreme behavior. And the reason humans do it, whether they are conscious of it or not, is to cover up their body's toxicity. That's why you stink. Do you fucking get it now? I am surrounded by insane and extreme people. That's it. Accept reality.
if you had 1 year to live and guaranteed success in anything you decided to do? What would that be? Life is full of pain. It's everywhere. But guess what? There's no gain without pain. Pain is everywhere. Are you living your passion? Are you living a dream? Pain is everywhere. Are you living your passion? Are you living a dream?
Let the game begin. The heroes.
The MC's time, the stick, the rhyme. I'm a spitting father, tear them mother down. I'm a rapaholic, send another round. MC's time, the stick, the rhyme. Send another round. I'm a stick father, tear them up and down. getting fatter. Tear the mother down. I'm a clapaholic. Send another round. The rhyme. Send another round. You don't want a tongue in you win. You want to meet. MC's time to spit the rhyme. Send another round. Tear the mother down.
Fuck. Forgiveness is fucking religious bullshit. In reality, nobody has ever forgiven anybody, and that's because it's not even humanly possible to forgive, seeing as it is a completely man-made belief. I get that many of you out there are in denial and believe that you did forgive people in your life, but that's because you're fucking weak and it's easier to lie to yourself. Forgiveness in general is for weak people. The truth is that the only way to get over what somebody did to you is to get revenge. That's it. There is literally no other way, which is exactly why religions brainwashed modern society to see revenge as a bad thing. This is also what you learn from cartoons as kids. Only religious morals. To be a good slave. Does this mean that you will always be miserable, dreaming about revenge if you didn't get it? Yes, for most people it is like that, deep down, whether you like to admit it or not. However, if you eat your natural diet of raw meat and fat, then your nerves will be intact and you will be able to live in the moment and not think about the past, which doesn't even exist. This is the closest thing to forgiveness that there is in nature. Of course, if you will still be able to get your revenge one day, then you will do it. Essentially, never forgiving anybody is about accepting that it's impossible to forgive and forget. It's about embracing what happened to you and moving on from it, but not living in denial, telling everybody how you forgave the human and how you feel so much better now because of that. That's absolute nonsense. Pedophiles are a great example of this. As you may have heard, almost all of them have been molested as children themselves. A lot of people don't understand why they then go on and do it to other children. It's actually very simple. They never got their revenge from the original perpetrator. They are so hurt and traumatized that all that they can think of is to go on and do it to other children. It's a never-ending cycle of pain. Does this mean that we should feel sorry for them if they molest our children? Because they are victims themselves. Hello, almost every fucking toxic human out there is a victim. Does it mean that we should forgive them? It doesn't even mean that we should be around those people. The saying an eye for an eye has been around for ages because it's in our nature. Forget all the shit you learned from your parents, school, and the media. You want to hurt somebody the same way they hurt you because it gives you pleasure. Your natural senses sense that the one who harmed you is now also harmed. This releases so-called feel-good chemicals in your body. It's a natural process, and there's absolutely no better way to deal with a situation like that. If you don't get your revenge, then other chemicals will be released in your body. And you know what we call that? Trauma. What's up, guys? I haven't made a video like this in a while, but here we are at last. This is Wheel Brain from August 2019. 8 months old. I made it in Berlin, Germany. I traveled with it. I haven't dared it pretty much at all ever since I started it. I'm making this for educational purposes because a lot of people wonder what high brain tastes like, how it makes you feel. High meat is meat which has been fermented or is rotten. People don't like to use the word rotten when they refer to the food that they eat, but most people eat rotten food. People eat this to repair their gut after it has been destroyed by antibiotics, for example. It's 1,000,000 times more potent than any rotten plants, such as sauerkraut, kimchi. That goes for any fermented animal foods. A dark red layer on top, but the color under it is typical brain. Just slimy basically, because the brain's made out of cholesterol, saturated animal fat, which is why vegans become retarded after a while. They don't get any of it. It's actually quite liquid. This will be interesting. It smells like typical high meat and then something else which I've never smelled before. Oops, something went on my jeans already? Great. This is so weird. I don't know. It's like liquid high meat, something crunchy in between. Very little. It's like high meat soup. Literally. There's a strong aftertaste. Quite strong. I've had way stronger, but let's eat the layer on top. See what that is. That has no taste at all. Maybe some kind of mold. It doesn't taste like anything. Wow. That was really good. That's like just a fermented piece of fat. The fat, of course, doesn't really ferment or go away, unlike high meat, muscle meat, or any liver, which may become more liquid. The fat usually just stays the same. If you ferment it, that's why you have these pieces of fat in there, which are more stable.
30 seconds until
Just a stem, you can really taste the brain still. I don't know if high brain will have any other effect than any other high meat, because after you eat high meat, everything becomes way more, how can you describe it? You become more euphoric. You sense everything stronger, different. You just become sort of high, but a natural high, not one that has any side effects. Yeah, this is one of the better high meats, especially these fat pieces. The liquid consistency is pretty strong, but these fat pieces that are left over.
Didn't expect unliving ghouls.
It just melts in your mouth. Kind of buttery. Yeah, interesting. I don't know if I expected anything from this, but it is different than I would have thought. Alright. Yeah, cool, I would recommend it. This with high liver. High liver though is still the best Thai meat that I know of. So fermented wheat liver, especially the one that you can get in France. So that's a really good one. Yeah, cool. Alright, thanks for watching.
And we are really honored to have Dr. Christopher Gardner today here with us. He doesn't really need.
What's up? There's been many cases of vegan babies getting sick and dying over the last few years. The vegan arguments are always that the parents didn't do it right, or that neglect has nothing to do with veganism, implying that it could also happen to a meat-eating baby. The problem with those arguments is that there's no way to do veganism right, seeing as it doesn't have over 50 nutrients. This is why there's never been such a thing as a vegan since birth. The only babies who survive the abuse are the ones who get animal milk from their mother. It has all of the animal nutrients that vegans call unhealthy, such as cholesterol and saturated fat. This is why they survive. The babies who were only fed plants are dead now, because it is unnatural. This is also why there will never be such a thing as a malnourished meat-eating baby, seeing as meat has all the nutrients. It's natural. If a baby eats its natural diet, then it cannot be malnourished. It has nothing to do with neglect. Here's the report of the malnourished vegan baby from Australia. A lot of you have probably seen it. It was from around a month ago. Animals are not ingredients. We've been eating them since the beginning, but okay. Let's just completely ignore nature, our carnivore's digestive tract, and eat a man-made diet. What could possibly go wrong? I'm not gonna go through the whole article. I want to focus on her diet. As it states, her diet had consisted of, firstly, oats, the vegan superfood. All of them recommended, including the vegan doctors. I've reviewed tons of vegan what I eat in a day videos, and most of them eat oats. Do you want endless energy? Oats. Do you want nutrients? Oats. The reality is that the fiber is indigestible and will cause pain and bloating in the intestines. For a baby, it's literally torture. Rice milk, the perfect substitute for human breast milk, of course. Does it matter that it doesn't have vitamins D and K2, which are essential for the bone growth of the baby? Hey, I see this comment quite a lot on my videos. Why is the elite unhealthy if they drink blood, eat babies, all of those stories? If you actually believe that you have seen the elite, then all that it shows is how gullible you are. The people in power would never show themselves. It's absolutely retarded to believe that. If I was in power, would I show myself to the people that I enslave, knowing that there will always be people who are not asleep that can figure out what's going on and try to take me down? Of course I would never do that. I would put puppets in place, politicians, the royals, etc. Did any of their plans ever change when a president was assassinated? No, because they have no power. When the video of Angela Merkel shaking in public came out, I saw a top comment on YouTube saying something along the lines of, the baby eaters such as her and Hillary Clinton are getting kuru because of cannibalism, blah blah blah. This is a very stupid comment to begin with, because kuru, if it ever happened, was because humans in a tribe ate somebody who was sick. Of course, if you eat any sick animals, then you will get sick yourself. This is common sense. It has absolutely nothing to do with cannibalism in general, eating healthy humans. Besides that, why the fuck would the most enlightened humans on Earth keep eating something that is making them sick? It makes no fucking sense at all. You people making these idiotic comments are the ones eating plant-based diets. You get sicker and sicker, and you can't figure out why. You can clearly see that politicians such as Merkel eat a lot of grains. Simply look at her huge insulin belly. They have nothing to do with the elite, who probably live on some island which doesn't even show up on our maps. They are in the sun without chemtrails, have perfect food supply, and so on. If you would actually get to see them, then they would look like the epitome of health. How natural humans look like. The politicians and bankers working in cities are losers. There's even What's up, everyone? The saying, "what doesn't kill you makes you stronger," is very popular, yet it is completely wrong. There isn't one example of it, because something that harms you is always going to make you weaker. The more you do it, the sicker you will get. These lies are usually taught to us as little kids. When we fall down and hurt our knee, for example, the father will come and say, "Don't worry, son, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger," repeating it like a sheep. The son just lost skin and blood, which means that he will need to use these precious nutrients to repair it. And that means that he will need to eat more, which will decrease his lifespan. Also, depending on how severe the injury is, if it happens again 10 years later, then he may have permanent damage. Did it in any way make him stronger? No, it only made him weaker. Then there's of course ignorant people such as Rhonda Patrick, who promote poisoning yourself with plant toxins like sulforaphane. It's found in vegetables such as broccoli and kale. Those are extremely toxic man-made plants.
Their logic is that even though taking a large amount of sulforaphane would instantly kill you, slowly killing yourself and microdosing would somehow magically make you stronger. Is there proof for this?
No.
So, is it a religious belief?
Yes, I've already made videos about idiots taking cold showers and going to saunas, all in the name of their religion, hormesis. It's a slow suicide cult, very similar to veganism. They definitely have the same mental state.
It's like the old story of the guy taking more and more snake venom, slowly killing his cells.
Of course, his body realized that he's retarded after a while because he was poisoning himself. It created more and more immune cells. Did he in any way get stronger? No. He depleted his bone marrow, damaged his organs, and reduced his lifespan. All of the people who follow hormesis and veganism will have the same fate. The lesson for today is that ingesting unnatural substances will always only cause you harm. The only way to heal is by eating natural food. Staying in your comfort zone is the healthiest thing you could possibly do. Thanks for watching, guys.
Bye.
What's up, everyone? I made a video 3 years ago about how life is when you haven't worked for 7 years. Now in July 2019, I celebrate 10 years without work. What I mean by work is of course a typical job. Maybe 9 to 5 with a boss, working for a company, and so on. That's what I haven't done in 10 years. That being said, making videos some days is more than 8 hours of work. But the benefits are that I don't have to justify myself to anybody. I can work whenever I want to, and most importantly, I like making videos. Am I saying that there are no jobs out there that people actually like? Not necessarily, but the main reason that I don't want to do a job is because I can't think of anything that isn't in some way gonna harm humans or nature, probably both. For example, if you work at a supermarket, then you will support selling poison to humans. If you work at a swimming pool, then you will poison them with chlorine. If you work at a school, then you will brainwash the future generations. Even if you work as a cleaning lady at a school, then you will still support the school and spread toxins everywhere. If you work as a truck driver, then you will destroy the environment. Let's say you work at a butchery. Almost all of the meat sold in butcheries comes from vaccinated animals. But even if it wasn't so, then you would still support the whole system of money, buying and selling. Right now, my so-called job is actually saving people's lives and making them healthy. Maybe if you're self-employed, then you could somehow end up doing something that isn't really harmful. I want to thank all of my Patreons since I created the account last year. I was about to quit YouTube, but you guys kept me going. Thank you very much for that. The most important lesson I can share from these 10 years is that it felt like 20 to 30 years. And that's because when you are happy and you live somewhat naturally, meaning that there's nobody telling you what to do all day long, then time will go by slowly. It's a bullshit saying that time goes by fast when you're having a good time. That's when you're addicted and depressed. Thank you for watching, guys. Hey everybody, just a little update about this whole UK anti-vegan tour that me and Luna did. We are back home now, and I'm probably never going back to the UK again. Why should I? It probably has the worst weather on earth. I should know. I lived there for 2 years and it's still the same. It's never going to change. It's only going to get worse with geoengineering anyway. It's the United Kingdom of fascism. It's a police state. When I do these events, eating the raw meat in front of the vegans, it's fun for me because I educate them and it's about saving their lives. When they assault me and even arrest me for eating fucking meat in public, what the fuck is wrong with this country? Then of course it's no more fun, right? I actually even have a court date at the end of April in London, which I'm obviously not gonna go to. They want to give me a fine for it. No, thank you. Also about the events in Edinburgh and Belfast, I didn't end up doing them because in Edinburgh there were only 3 subscribers interested in coming, and in Belfast actually nobody. Even if I have subscribers in Belfast, they obviously have no balls whatsoever to do anything about anything, or the women also, because women most of the time don't join. Luna is an exception. There was one subscriber and there are some people who I didn't know who wanted to come but got drunk the night before. Typical Ireland, I would say. What a fucking shithole though. Northern Ireland, wow. So, one of the worst places I've ever been to, just terrible, terrible place. Off topic sort of, but the whole of UK is just garbage. It's just how it is. If you live there you know it. Maybe if you haven't been outside much then you don't understand, but it's pretty obvious. Also the guy who also ate meat in public also is going to the court. Yeah, I wish him good luck, of course, because he lives in the UK, so it's a bit more messed up for him. Thank you also for supporting this whole UK anti-vegan tour. In the end, we did get a lot of attention. We spread the information. It was a success, as it is in the end. Yeah, it was cool. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, it's Mike here, and today, avocados aren't vegan now? I'm going to do a quick response to a massive slew of articles claiming that vegans shouldn't eat avocados because it harms bees. Maybe you saw this Washington Post article.
Good morning. I gotta make a video about this. It's so fucking ridiculous. What the fuck is wrong with people in Phoenix, Arizona, or Arizona in general? Is it because you live in the desert that you're so fucking far removed from humanity and nature? I've never seen this before. Some of you wanted me to do a subscriber meetup in Phoenix. Okay, generally it was a good idea, why not? But I made a video that me and Luna had no place to sleep in Phoenix. And Until the end, it was quite uncertain, but thanks to some subscribers who actually recently subscribed to me, we did end up staying in some places, and even though it was chaotic, in the end it was fine. So this video is obviously not dedicated to you and all the other cool people I ended up meeting in Phoenix. It's to the ones who said, for one thing, why don't you get a Airbnb or a hotel? If I had the fucking money for that, then obviously I would do that, even though it is nice to meet the subscribers and connect to them by staying at their place, but when I would need it, then I would do it. I don't get any money from YouTube. If you didn't know that already, I've said it a million times. My channel is not monetized because they don't let me do it. So how the fuck should I pay hundreds of dollars to stay at some place? Because I had to wait there for the ex-vegan from Colorado to come for 5-6 days. That doesn't work. What the fuck do you not understand? Fuck. But that's not even the worst thing. Then there were people who said, do a subscriber meetup. Still, are you gonna do a meetup? More people said that. Why the fuck would I do a meetup and look into your egotistical fucking scum eyes and actually meet you? You let us down. I would never do that. I would never want to meet you, ever. Fuck Phoenix and everybody who fucking lives there. Fucking people there. Fuck. And there's no excuse for this. I've stayed in a place that was pretty much as big as these 2 squares there. That's it. Literally, I'm not joking. In San Francisco, that's kind of how the apartments there are. That's what people said. You walk in, you turn around, and there's a bed. That's it. And still, 3 of us slept there. Why? Because she wanted us to sleep there. I'm not gonna name who it is. Maybe she doesn't want to. But the point is that there's always space. There's absolutely no excuse. And I've stayed with people with their parents, their kids. There's always a possibility. So obviously the people in Phoenix are totally fucked up. You're fucking scum. Of course, I'm never gonna do a fucking meetup with you. Fuck. Fuck this fucking shit. Thanks for watching. Yo, let's get one thing straight. Vegetarianism is what started veganism. It was a way to get the sheeple not to eat animals. Which means that as a vegetarian, you are part of the same cult. You're also destroying the earth and human health. So don't you ever fucking message me believing that I have any respect for you. Vegetarians are absolute scum. How do we generally determine what an animal's natural diet is? We simply look at what they eat in nature. Vegans and vegetarians don't give a shit about what our natural diet is. There have never been vegans and vegetarians in nature because those are man-made religions. All humans in nature eat raw meat. So if they would care about human health, then they would promote eating raw meat instead of toxic chemicals from big pharma. Vegetarians usually eat a plant-based diet with some eggs and dairy, so it's hardly any different than a vegan diet. Why would you not eat your natural diet? Clearly vegetarians were not brainwashed to believe that meat is unhealthy because the milk and the eggs that they eat are made out of blood, which means that they are still eating animals but lower forms of it. The reasons for this are almost always purely religious. If you tell somebody that killing animals is wrong, then you will simply show them that you have been indoctrinated, because there are no morals in nature. They were created by religions. This means that your life is based on man-made beliefs. It's the definition of being brainwashed and enslaved. Everybody in nature would laugh at you. And all that matters is what is natural, because everything man-made will always disappear eventually. Eating naturally is about being healthy and happy. Nutritionally, vegetarians who eat raw eggs and drink raw milk would obviously be better off than vegans, but they would still not get creatine, for example, which is why they are always weaker and have the same mental issues as vegans, because creatine is very important for the brain. This alone shows you that vegetarians do not care about humans.
Most Eastern religions generally eat the produce from animals, and none exclude meat or fish in entirety. It is worth noting that the Eastern vegetarians are not immune to health issues, and their ever-increasing rates of obesity and diabetes prove that. Ellen G. White was one of 4 founders of the Seventh-day Adventist Church in 1844, also promoting temperance and vegetarian health reform. Between 1848 and 1915, Ellen G. White had over 2,000 visions on health reform.
Minions have spawned.
I'm supersonic. Now if you're down, try and catch me, but you know I can't go. So I'm supersonic. Now if you're down, try and catch me, but you know I just can't go slow. Yeah.
What's up, what's up? You may not understand this because you grew up as a slave, but the police are Satanists, whose job is to enslave you, protect the elite, and punish natural humans. I can get up to 3 years in prison here for trying to catch a duck. You know that you live in slavery when you're not allowed to hunt your own food. After a few years of doing the job, police officers get used to the illusion of power that they have and start beating up and raping their victims. Just because there will be little to no consequences for them. It's human nature. Why don't most of us do it? Not because we don't want to, but because we are afraid of the consequences that will be enforced by other humans. It's slavery. Take any popular Hollywood movie and think about how the so-called bad and good guys are portrayed. The Marvel superhero movies are very popular nowadays. The so-called villains want to have total control and kill anybody who's in their way. That's the definition of human nature and exactly what the enlightened ones do. The so-called heroes want to protect society and keep us enslaved, kill or imprison anybody who tries to disrupt the control system. They are basically super police and we celebrate them. A lot of sheeple conspiracy theorists don't want to hear this. You call yourself a truther, but at the same time live a typical sheeple life watching Hollywood movies. You've been programmed like everybody else. The point is to get you into the mindset that killing, stealing, etc. is wrong, even though that's what the enlightened ones do because it's natural and they worship nature. That's the only way to be happy. They have built a perfect system for themselves where they can have human hunting parties, rape and torture dungeons, babies for breakfast, an unlimited supply of blood, which we donate to them without realizing it, and of course organ donations.
The family is overwhelmed and every time a heart transplant is done, the donor is killed.
The words serial killer are synonymous with psychopath nowadays, which is basically somebody who's mentally ill, unstable, and goes against society. In nature, you're a hero. Being antisocial is a guarantee that you're sane. If you agree with society, which is a man-made anti-nature construct, then you're insane. When there's a serial killer around, everybody panics and tries to find him or her. These are beings who follow their natural vampire instincts. Maybe they are malnourished, and that's why they break the man-made rules and drink blood and eat humans. We call them cannibals and monsters, but nothing that they do is in any way wrong, because there's no such thing. Nature actually celebrates their actions. Everything is incredibly twisted. Thanks for watching. What's up, guys? It's been a bit over 2 years since I started eating raw meat. I'll show you what I eat nowadays, even though not much has changed. I still focus on wheel liver. That's a long piece. It's my favorite organ. And butter. The perfect combination. I haven't had any water in over 6 months, so I'll show you what I juice. This is what the juicer looks like. It's called BioChef. I bought it for 200 euros. Do I recommend it? Maybe. If you want to get into juicing and don't want to spend so much money, but obviously Green Star for over 500 euros is way better than this, even though I've never tried it. This is what I use right now. Vegetables and fruit. Kohlrabi, fennel and tangerines. It's by no means ideal, but if you don't drink blood or milk, then you may want to try it. I don't use a lot of fruit because of the sugar, but without it, it doesn't taste well. This is around 20 grams of sugar. This is my setup. I always do it together with my girlfriend. One of us puts the plants in and the other does this, so there's as little fiber as possible. I'll show you what I mean. It's much slower if you do it alone. This is what you get out of it. This is so much better than water. If you haven't tried it, then you don't understand it. If you drink water, then you gotta drink all day long, whereas if you drink this, you gotta do it once or twice a day. Once or twice a month I get some meat from different countries. This time it's Argentina. Somebody asked me to make a video about what snacks to take with you when you're outside if you only eat raw food. I'll show you what I take. It's ground beef with butter. Simple as that. The butter.
I'm supersonic. I'm supersonic.
say some more. Let me see you say some more. You crazy, I'm the hold. Hold, let's say it, hold.
Why didn't you dodge? Did you foolishly assume that I was just going to stop? I wasn't going to dodge regardless of whether you stopped or not. I didn't say anything wrong, so why would I?
Has to be a wait.
It would not perturb us should you and your little group break off from ours.
You bastard! How dare you speak that way?
Pisses me off.
got away.
Drop to the ground!
Never again!
and the ground meat. That's why I didn't make a video about it. It would be a few seconds long. Another question somebody had is if I ever cheat on this diet. I eat the way nature programmed us to eat. It's not a diet. If I would eat something else, then I could only lose. Cheating implies that I could gain something. Of course, it would be perfect to have a liter of blood every day, then I wouldn't drink those plant juices. I do eat cooked meat 3 to 4 times a year on special occasions such as birthdays. If my family invites me to a restaurant, then I will tell them to cook the steak as rare as possible. If a vegan would cheat and eat animal foods, then they would gain something, but that's how it is with all man-made diets. If you're healthy and happy, then you don't want anything else. Once you connect to nature, you will not want to disconnect, because you will not feel well. The way we eat may slightly change in the future. Some of us may cheat, but I'm sure that all of us will keep eating raw animals for the rest of our lives. Thanks for watching and have fun. Yo, people keep asking me about coffee, tea, and alcohol. Firstly, none of these drinks hydrate you because they are man-made, except if you make your own raw wine, for example. Secondly, they are all intoxicants and have anti-nutrients. Coffee is made out of beans. It's the seeds of the plant, loaded with anti-nutrients and other toxins. The last thing the plant wants is for you to eat its babies. Coffee neutralizes your digestive juices, and after a few years of drinking it, you will not be able to digest fat anymore. It's an antibiotic, and one of the bacteria it kills is E. coli. If you have watched my videos about bacteria, you should understand how detrimental that is to your health. Coffee has chlorogenic acid, which inhibits mineral absorption. Then there's of course caffeine, which will kill you in larger doses. It wakes you up in smaller doses because it changes your brain chemistry by blocking the receptors of neurons. You will also release more adrenaline and cortisol. This will make you stressed, increase your heart rate, and therefore kill you faster. I get that people want to believe the nonsense about coffee being healthy, but snap out of your addiction. Tea, just like coffee, has flavonoids, which inhibit mineral absorption. Quite a few of them have caffeine. It's usually served hot, which damages your stomach and kills bacteria. It's usually high in heavy metals, such as lead. Most of the time, tea is made by using denatured dry plants, which means that your body can't assimilate the nutrients because the enzymes are gone. Alcohol is basically fermented sugar. In your body, it will turn into fat and acetate, which is basically vinegar. That's what you will use for energy. Never put alcohol on your wound, as they show in Hollywood movies, because it will kill the bacteria which is trying to heal you. It robs the liver of fat, and the toxicity generally damages your organs, glands, and nervous system. Most of it is made by using grains. If you drink too much of it, then you will want to throw up because your body will try to get it out of your system. The morning after, you may be hungry for eggs and bacon because of the cells you killed. Thanks for watching. What's up, everyone? What is weight loss? Most people would rightfully believe that it's you losing your cells, but the people who we call obese nowadays have hardly any fat stored. So why do we call them fat? It's because we don't realize how hard it is to get fat in nature by eating raw food. It's not at all easy to store raw animal fat. You would need to have a chemically balanced body to make it work. It's a sign of health if you're able to gain weight, fat or muscle. A king would be able to do it. I've tried it and it works if you overeat and do nothing all day long. It's very easy to lose those cells again. The best way to get fat is to combine sugar with fat. The question then is, Why do we see humans everywhere who appear to be fat? We don't realize that the double chin, fat stomach, the thighs are not filled with raw animal fat. They are walking garbage cans. These humans are full of trans fats, which the body can't use for anything. It stores them as toxins. Cooked, puffy, polyunsaturated plant oils, which harden in the body. Dead cells, cancer cells in between trying to heal the whole mess, and so on. They have unnatural bodies, and that's why they look unhealthy and unattractive. It is impossible to do this in nature, so nobody before civilization looked like that. That's also why their skin looks the way it does, full of marks, the thighs have cellulite. If lucky, they will get acne, because it's the white blood cells bringing out toxins. After a while that also stops and the toxins stay inside. You can't get any of this by getting fat. I've heard quite a few overweight people talk about how they have been vegan for 1 to 2 years and proudly say that they lost around 30 kilograms in that time. That is starvation. By saying that, you admit that the way you have been eating is not sustainable because you have been eating your own animal meat and fat the whole time. It is something that your body consumed, even if half of it was animal fat and the rest toxins. Then it still means that you ate 15 kilograms of animal fat in the whole time, which means that you were not vegan. Our bodies always run on animal nutrients because we are animals. Try veganism when you are lean and your organs are depleted of the animal nutrients. Then you will feel true veganism. That's when people quit. These people don't understand that the weight loss isn't going to magically stop when they want it to. Once you run out of visible fat, you will start eating your brain and the fat around the organs. Your most vital cells will start cannibalizing themselves. Your lungs only use animal fat for energy, which is why vegans quite often have breathing problems. Any diet that causes weight loss is not going to work long term because you're going to die. You should choose a diet that at least sustains your weight if you want to be healthy. And we all know what diet that is. This is why these weight loss studies are such a joke. They don't promote health. Getting rid of the toxins is fantastic, but getting rid of raw, natural fat is terrible. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Toxin. It is time to execute. Prepare yourself. Here is Toxin. Execution. Here is Toxin. Execution. Toxin. Toxin. Execution. Execution. Here in Toxin. Execution. Here in Toxin. Execution. Toxin. is not finished. It has just started.
Hi guys, there's quite a few people out there nowadays who get fooled to take cold showers on purpose because they believe that it's healthy, even though at the same time when they talk about it without realizing it, they admit that it's unhealthy. It produces white blood cells. That means that your body has an immune response to what you're doing. They are called immune boosters, same as the drinks here in Germany called Actimel. They are toxic, so of course your body will have an immune response. I'll say it as it is. You're motherfucking stupid if you don't get it. It will deplete the nutrients in your bone marrow to fight it off, and after a while these people will say, I don't get sick anymore. Wow. Your immune system is fucked, and you know it because you don't like it. This goes back to the same old brainwash. Listen to the government, don't listen to your body. Guys, don't do anything that you're not able to do for a long time. Don't do anything that you don't like. What makes you suffer? This may sound like common sense to a few people, but to most it is not. Another case, toxic plants such as ginger, garlic, onions. They will have an intense immune response because of how toxic they are, and that's why they are called healthy. The government will say, as long as you eat a little bit, it's healthy, even though your body is saying, please stop. That's why you have never thought of eating 1 kilogram of garlic. Whereas the food that you do like, you can eat plenty of. Onions will literally make you cry. Garlic is an antibiotic, so if you don't support antibiotics, then you should not logically support any of those plants. They kill the bacteria, which also live inside of your cells, so they kill the cells, and they also have special cell-killing chemicals. They have been proven to kill cancer cells, which is horrible if you understand what cancer is, but they have also been proven to kill brain cells. So these people should ask themselves, do chemicals choose what they kill? No. They simply kill everything in your body. They are not alive. The people who fall for this are the ones who look for health outside of nature. The government made blood illegal because they want us to be healthy. So let's go to the organic vegan shop to get some superfoods. Nature didn't provide everything that we require to be healthy. Another great example is exercise. The government will say that more is less. Absolutely zero logic. The longest living humans live a sedentary lifestyle, and I'll link you a video on how to increase your longevity if that's your goal. The less you do, the less you will age, because all exercise ages you. There is so-called natural exercise such as walking, jumping, climbing, dragging, but you wouldn't do this every day, and you would not do it if you would succeed in nature. If you are powerful, a leader, then you would let the other animals do the work for you and live like a king, which means a sedentary lifestyle. The enlightened ones don't exercise. They want you to work and work out. The worst exercise you could possibly do is endurance training. It's generally a catabolic state. Combining long distance running or biking with sugar is suicide. There was a guy next to me in the intensive care when I almost died. He was talking to the doctors after he had had a heart attack while riding his bike. He was telling them how he rode the bike every week, many kilometers, and he couldn't understand why he is in the hospital. And I was thinking, man, that's exactly why you're there. If you do exercise that makes your heart beat faster, you are killing yourself.
When you're sitting here, we're talking about METs, your cardiac output's 5 liters a minute. When you go out and you're a trained athlete,
Stopped eating animal foods, I lost the motivation because I had no energy for it. After the hospital, when I tried to recover from veganism, I started doing it again because of how thin I was. I'm still traumatized by it. Soon after, I started eating raw meat because I wanted to see how my strength would increase, and of course it did, like never before. I don't make videos about it because I don't want to support the system of gyms and working out because of how unhealthy it is. If you eat raw meat, then you will not do as much damage to your body. It's incredibly easy to live to at least 120 years if you start as a baby and live a sedentary lifestyle combined with a ketogenic diet high in raw animal fat. Then of course it will work. People always talk about the secrets to longevity, but do more. Do less, there's nothing else to it. Thanks for watching, everyone. Even if you won't be diagnosed with cancer, it's likely that somebody around you will. If you provide them with this information, it will save their life. Along with heart disease, it's supposed to be one of the main reasons humans are dying nowadays. With the exception that heart disease is a real thing and cancer is the opposite of what we've been told. It's more or less as big of a conspiracy as the earth being flat. Cancer is actually your friend. All the people that you see around you who are living an unnatural lifestyle, what do you believe is keeping them alive? It's literally cancer. There's people who live with cancer for over 20 years with no ill side effects. Why do you believe it is so? Because, as I said in my video about cholesterol, nothing that your body does is to kill itself. It's programmed to survive. There's no exceptions to this. The actual thing that is killing all the people diagnosed with cancer are the treatments. Doctors are committing mass murder nowadays. It's the hospitals. As I said in my last video, it's not as if they consciously do it. It's that they are misinformed, most of them. If you do live an unnatural lifestyle, for example, you smoke, the cancer is not always simply going to go away, depending on how much you smoke and how strong your body is. But 80% of the time, even if you keep continuing with these things, it will go away like the flu. 99% of the time, it will disappear if you leave it untreated. Simply realize what you're doing, what is unnatural about your life, and I'll talk about this in a second, and then eliminate these things. There's very few exceptions to this, and that is when there's tumors involved which are in a place that could be detrimental to your health. Places in your brain, for example. It's all about adapting. That's what your cells do when they mutate, except that it's really about the mitochondria which is inside of your cells. That's where your energy comes from. And this is this whole thing with esports and online gaming is something like destiny, because it was going to happen anyway, because people used to, for example, meditate or take a lot of drugs, natural ones, and do astral projection, and that was their escape from this reality. Nowadays you're able to do it with electricity, which is a gift from Satan, so to speak. So you've got these sort of cyborg looking people with headphones staring into the screen and escaping the reality and being in this other imaginary world, except that this is a total trap, just like the taste of this poisonous food nowadays is. And it's hardly comparable to the natural thing. So when it comes to esports, they drink a lot of energy drinks, which is incredibly unhealthy, and generally the nutrition is just almost zero, and I've watched documentary on this. And then you've got the radiation from the computers and the surrounding things, especially if it's big halls compared to their apartments, and you've got tons of computers and stuff. It's just pure cancer, and half of these people who do esports nowadays are going to die of cancer, obviously. This whole thing is essentially based on competition and money, and competition has been around as long as humans and certainly never made us happy, and money doesn't exist, so it's all essentially bullshit. The thing about it is, futuristically speaking, that this whole thing is going to evolve that much that it's going to trigger all of our senses while playing these games, being in this different world, also taste and smell and such. We will be just wired things with a tube inside our solar plexus to feed us and to be able to play for days or even weeks, and a chip inside of us to activate it and to go into our profile. That's the same thing as our souls being in our bodies, and we've been here around for so long that our souls are possibly getting bored of this whole thing. Not mine, but some. So we want to explore other things, and that's essentially what will kill us. I don't see much of a way around it. And the question is also, where does this technology come from? Because it's been not around for very long, and it's evolved so much. And if you look at all the Egyptian stuff in every civilization, always when there was technology around, they always died. It's always been like that. Technology has always killed us in the end. Alright, so over 2 years ago I made this video that there is no good and bad, and I want to get a bit deeper into this. So most people's lives are structured and put in a bubble of good and bad, and this essentially comes from religions, even though we may not actually realize it, because atheists' beliefs are also based on these principles, but they likely do not realize that they follow this good and bad thing. So emotions, for example, be a revolution or any actual freedom, because for one thing, most people don't even know that they are slaves. Most of the so-called truthers also don't get it. They still call themselves a person, even though that's just another word for a slave. Everything that the people in power want to achieve is going to happen. There will be a meat reduction, and it is going to be a lot more expensive. Of course, this is done to ruin our health. A lot of people are going to get chipped, and they will slowly eliminate cash. The humans will be moved from the villages to the cities so that they can also become persons. Nobody is going to do anything to stop this. In 2014 there were heavy protests in Kiev, Ukraine, but after a few months the military came and shot them dead. This was of course not widely reported in the news. 2 years ago there were also heavy protests in Hong Kong, but then the Chinese military came and stop them. Protests are not going to help us, no matter how we organize ourselves. The only thing that we could do at this point would be mass non-compliance, but there are very few of us that are not going to comply. This is of course also not going to work. The government owns you since birth and rented you out to your parents, who are now taking care of the government's property. It's all about making you into a good slave, which your parents are going to do, because that's all that they know. They were also born into slavery. They made you believe that you are working and earning money for yourself, even though that's not at all what you want as a human. All of your aspirations were created by the government. This is why you always felt like your life has no meaning.
The real free people, they not crave for safety, and they do not crave for
that we see nowadays are not slaves fighting for freedom. It is them fighting for slightly better slavery conditions. They may believe that they are fighting for freedom, but that's because they have never experienced it. How could they know what it is, how it feels like? A typical human is born into a so-called golden cage. It may look pretty on the outside, but it is still an open-air prison. Humans can adapt to a lot of environments and make the best out of it, but unfortunately we have adapted to a man-made environment, and that's why we are in this mess.
The biggest problem is this, that you cannot change someone who is a slave.
The prison cells have been created. The process of growing up and becoming an adult, as we know it today, is unnatural. Slaves nowadays will call other people childlike or childish as an insult, implying that they never grew up. There is no such thing in nature. Besides the obvious hormonal physical development that we go through, which does also change our brain, This does slightly impact our character and attitude towards life, but overall we stay the same. What we define as childish behavior is being spontaneous, maybe a bit silly, more carefree, and generally understanding that life is about having fun and playing. An example of this is when a child doesn't care about managing money or about using it sensibly. That's of course because children understand that money has no natural worth. You, as an adult, teach them that money does have worth and that you should not play around with it. These are the first steps you take into destroying them as a human being, because this childlike state is our natural state and it should never change. What if your child wants to eat food with his fingers? Are you going to look into his pure eyes with your toxic, serious eyes and tell him that it's not normal and that he should be using a fork instead? Right then and there, you are going to destroy the core of this human being. I say toxic eyes because quite often the body's toxicity is visible through the eyes. And that, besides the social conditioning, is exactly what biochemically makes you more and more serious. Your mind is poisoned by trauma, conditioning, and literal harmful chemicals. There will be situations when somebody slips and falls, and you will see a child laughing or at least smiling. Then the parent will come and say, "Don't laugh. This is serious. It's not funny." It is fucking funny, and the child knows it. If the parent won't destroy you, then kindergarten will do it. And if that doesn't, then school will for sure. Over the years, you will turn into a working machine. I know from experience that people with toxic bodies don't laugh or smile much. Everything is very serious to them and they freak out because of the smallest things. Back when these people were kids, they were not bothered by what anybody thinks about them, no matter what silly things they did. There is no magical line that they crossed where all of a sudden they started to care. It is unnatural behavior. Now your life is all about being accepted by others. You can never really joke around or fully express yourself. Of course, this will cause depression because you feel like you have to be serious, even though life should not be taken seriously at all. Nowadays, toxic adults, especially your grandparents, will feel like they are all-knowing, full of wisdom. It might as well have been like that in the past, but today, they are nothing but a walking, decaying corpse. Your grandparents have these spots all over the body and smell so bad because they have been poisoned for decades. Their brains have turned into mush. It's an abnormal state. Typically, biochemically, the more toxic and malnourished your body is, the more it will boost your ego, as in you will become full of yourself. The older you get, the more full of wisdom you become. This is a delusional state. I get that you don't want to hear this if you're one of them, especially as a parent, but you have to realize that children know better than you. Good morning. It's 8:30 a.m. right now. It's a very windy day here. A lot of you guys have been asking me what I eat in a day nowadays. I've got some bird wings here. I've only ever seen them here in France. As you may notice, the skin is quite a lot darker. They're quite nice. And some raw milk. As you may remember, I didn't used to drink a lot of raw milk, and I still don't, but I do right now because I'm able to tolerate it since the last few months, but back in the day, not very well. I'm gonna answer some emails here and that's it. past 12 p.m. now. I just finished doing a consultation. I've got some oysters and sea urchin, which I'm gonna open up now. Very tasty. Hopefully they taste good. I think the sea urchins may be getting a little bit old, but I think they're still gonna taste good. How do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. It's interesting. I think you can compare it to nothing, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it's very hard to compare to anything.
Yeah, but it has like some sweetness to it.
Yeah, that's why it reminds me of some kind of tropical fruit. I'm just not sure which one. By the way, I don't eat this kind of stuff that often. I try to eat oysters maybe twice a week, if possible. Which it is possible here. In some places, it's hard to find oysters. These specific oysters I haven't tried yet, so we'll see how they are. How do you like the oysters?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Step the game up. Step the game up. Step the game up. Step the game up.
Impassif de souffre-douleur, ni de ta faute ni de la leur. Tu voulais être l'un des leurs. Cœur, cœur. Docteur, bluffeur, bluffeur. Super, super. Impassible souffre douleur. Ni de ta faute ni de la leur. Tu voulais être l'un des leurs. Docteur, docteur.
Devi stare insieme agli altri e raccontare a te stesso storie che vanno contro ogni legge dell'universo solo per arrivare alla fine della giornata. No. Sarebbe questa la tua realtà, Mark?
Quando parli così sembri in preda al panico.
È così da quando una scimmia ha guardato il sole e ha detto all'altra scimmia: lui ha detto che tu devi dare a me la tua cazzo di parte. Le persone sono così deboli che preferirebbero gettare una moneta in un pozzo dei desideri che comprare la scena. trasferirai in un'altra città e conoscerai persone che ti saranno amiche per il resto della tua vita, che ti innamorerai e sarai realizzato. Vaffanculo alla realizzazione e alla risoluzione. Che si inculino quei due. Alcuni antropologi linguistici pensano che la religione sia un virus del linguaggio, che riscrive i percorsi nel cervello, soffoca il pensiero critico.
Bene. Io non uso parole forbite come fai tu. Ma
almeno io penso con la mia testa.
Notre amour pour la nation, mais surtout pour les bombes. Non pas que je sois révolté, je veux juste tout niquer. Dans la joie et la gaieté, que la mort soit féconde. Mon amour, prends-moi la main, allons faire sauter des trains, crever des politiciens et cracher sur leur tombe. Non pas que je sois révolté, je veux juste tout niquer. Je veux juste tout niquer, tout niquer, tout niquer. Dans la joie et la gaieté, que la mort soit féconde. Pour
just need to believe. Promise me. Promise me you will believe. I will try. Good. My time has come. You must continue your journey without me.
What are you... What? Master! You can't leave me.
You must believe. You are too concerned with what was and what will be. Is a saying. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. But today is a gift. That is why it is called present.
who you are. It is the rest of your story. Who you choose to be. So, who are you?
Holy shit! That is an epic fucking intro, dude.
I'm done, bro. I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm fed up. You know what, asshole? What asshole?
They think the last ones were even better.
Oh, okay. The last ones are cheaper actually. Cool. Good stuff. Mineral supplements. It's around 1:30 p.m. now. A bit messy, no?
Yeah. Usually it's not like that.
Just when you film a video. Yeah, I'm still drinking this drink for many months now already. Eggs and orange juice.
Yeah, that's
And it's lighter all of a sudden. Approximately 300 grams of ground meat with 15% fat. Raw goat cheese made out of fresh milk with some mold on it already, but I'll eat it anyway. Maybe interesting. Raw butter, of course. And the drink. This old milk has been sitting here for ages, but it's very good. It's like yogurt. We've got egg yolks, honey, and super old rotten milk.
This is actually cream.
Right.
Minions have spawned.
All?
Well, you can mix it all in, I suppose. Yeah, I'm not gonna drink
like
it all
this?
now, obviously. Yeah, that's plenty. It's just a snack before actual food.
Don't be jealous.
It's a bit past 6 p.m. Sometime soon after I'll eat a proper evening meal, but for now this will be it.
Let's admire Reed for a bit.
It's sour because the milk is very old, but then at the same time because of the honey it's sweet. I quite like it, and you can hardly taste the eggs, but it's just extra nutrients essentially, some extra fat, fat-soluble vitamins, and so on. It's 8 p.m. now. This will be my last big meal of the day, around 250 grams of ground meat. I eat a lot of ground meat because it's easy and cheap. Those are the main reasons. Of course, I would prefer eating expensive bison and whatnot if I could. And some rotten cheese, more kinds. And of course some butter, as always. Throughout the day, I drink close to 2 liters of liquids, which would be orange juice and raw milk. That's because I don't drink any water. I really don't like it. I maybe had a sip 2 weeks ago or so of water, but in general, I hardly ever drink it. It's maybe been months since I really drank water. If I would be traveling and there would be no other choice, then yeah, I would drink water, but it's really my worst case scenario. This is the last meal of the day. It's 11 p.m. 2 bananas. And yes, you may be laughing because I always make fun of bananas. Rightfully so, especially in the commentary videos. But the last few weeks, I've enjoyed eating 1 or 2 bananas before bed. Obviously not every day, and I always eat them with butter. I never used to eat them before. It was actually very rare. Why not? Alright guys, see ya.
You know those weekly calendars that for some odd reason start on a Sunday? Well, that's what this What I Eat in a Week is gonna look like. There's lots of super simple but delicious ideas to look at. Overall pretty healthy, I'd say. There's also quite a bit of weird, improvised, travel type food. And a little bit of vegan cafe and restaurant footage filmed in beautiful Lisbon, Portugal. So yeah, let's get into it. Oh, by the way, thanks to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. It's early Sunday morning, which naturally calls for some tea and sushi, apparently.
Good morning. The social media websites that we have nowadays were created for this exact time that we are in now, and that's because they don't want us to have any natural human interactions anymore. A lot of people often ask me, what's your Facebook or Instagram account? I would never make an account on any of these sites. They actually believe that that's where they will make friends. Narcissism is a requirement to join these sites, and that's not some little mental disorder where you don't really care about somebody. It's a serious mental illness where you have no empathy for anybody. You can't relate to human beings because you are dead inside. You're obsessed with yourself, your own needs, and you're always looking for admiration, comments, ratings. You actually start seeing human beings as numbers. They want us to see each other as numbers because that's exactly how they see us. She's a 5, she's an 8. What the fuck? A friend is somebody who you can always rely on. They will always be there for you physically in real life. They can touch you, comfort you. You can trust them with anything. Be completely open. An online friend is an absolute joke. It's an illusion. And of course, because of the narcissism, they fit together. They don't actually care about each other, and they will backstab you whenever they get the chance. My experience in real life with people who use these websites is that they are obviously actually very socially awkward, self-conscious, they act non-stop, and don't show any real emotions. Basically, they are disconnected from reality. The people in power created these sites because they know that most people are traumatized and empty inside. That could come from your childhood, only you know that. But everybody is there trying to fill their void by posting all of these fake photos. They're basically bathing in their own misery. And nowadays you even have people who post photos of eating raw meat, making it all neat. You're destroying the whole purpose of eating your natural diet. You're basically making fun of it, saying, look, I'm cool, I'm trendy, follow me. Now you may be thinking, this video is posted on YouTube, which is technically social media, but I created this account in 2006, 15 years ago. I never used it for that purpose. If you watched my videos years ago, you may remember that I never responded to any comments because I didn't see any meaning in such superficial communication. I don't pose for my videos. The most I will do is put on a cleaner t-shirt if I'm filming a video. That's about it. As far as I'm concerned, you can still use YouTube for the same old purpose, but most people do misuse it nowadays. It is a big advertisement. I also quickly want to mention Tinder, which is an insane site. You will literally only find severely depressed people on there. If a guy or a girl ever even thinks about having more than one partner, then you already know that they are empty inside, and of course sleeping with more people will never feel this emptiness. Usually when you start eating raw meat, you realize what life is really about. All of a sudden you want to have a family, and the partner that you're with can give you everything that you need because you already have everything that you need. Thanks for watching. I watched a few videos of Richard Dawkins some months ago. It's quite funny how he talks against religion so much, but at the same time follows morals, which were created by religions. When you question people about morals, 99% will right away mention doing something harmful to a child as an example of a general wrong. That is programming. A child is a human being who has grown less than an adult. Essentially what you're saying is that it's immoral to harm a human being who has ate less food, which is what causes growth, compared to a human who has ate more, which is an adult. It's an absolutely man-made belief. Morals are inconsistent and illogical.
But also I think scientific facts can illuminate moral debate. In the case of abortion again, for example, a scientist might contribute to the debate information about at what point during the development of an embryo the nervous system comes into being. And presumably before the nervous system comes into existence, there is no ability to feel pain or to suffer. And so maybe something important happens at the moment when the nervous system comes into being. On the other hand, you might say, well, even when a human embryo develops a nervous system and develops the capacity to perhaps suffer, it's still a much smaller nervous system than the nervous system of an adult cow. And so what about balancing the suffering of a human embryo against the suffering of an adult cow when it's being slaughtered for meat?
I had to speed up the clip because he talks incredibly slow. Of course humans care about abortions, embryos, because it's essentially about killing yourself. That's our natural instinct. It has nothing to do with man-made morals. Especially nowadays with the depopulation agenda, Planned Parenthood. Comparing that to eating a cow for meat, when it's our natural instinct to hunt and eat meat, is absolutely ridiculous. You're comparing nature to man-made beliefs.
An absolutist moralist would say, well, humans are just plain special. Cows are not human, so they don't deserve the same moral consideration. But a scientist might come along and say, well, what do you mean by that? I mean, we are, after all evolved. We're all cousins. At what point in the evolution, since we know evolution is a fact, at what point in the evolution...
Wow. This is exactly how you can tell if somebody is religious. When they call their beliefs a fact. A fact is something that you sense, that you know, as in you go outside, you see that the sky is blue, and let's say you write it down. You give it to somebody else, they read it, and all that they can do is believe you. All of history is a belief. Evolution is a completely religious belief, seeing as it has zero proof. It's like the story about a guy called Jesus. This guy is a modern religious priest.
So you mentioned the progress, the moral progress we've made in sexism and racism. My question is, well, for me, the greatest injustice facing the Western world right now is our treatment and exploitation of non-human animals. So my question is, since we don't need to consume animal products to survive or be healthy,
That's obviously wrong because plants don't have over 50 nutrients. It's our natural diet. It's the same as saying that a lion or a wolf doesn't need to eat meat. It makes no sense at all.
we face such an immense amount of suffering, how do you morally justify not being vegan in 2020?
Yeah, we are slaves.
What our descendants of the future will look back upon, and we look back upon slavery. I think you put your finger on a very likely solution, a very likely answer to that question, the treatment of animals.
I already made a video about slavery. I will link it in the description, but it's completely natural for stronger animals to dominate over others.
I am not vegan. I am struggling to become so, and in my cooking at home, I am vegetarian. But when I go out to dinner, I don't go out of my way to say I won't eat meat. So
There you go, a completely brainwashed slave. How can you listen to this guy? How can you possibly take any advice from him? He doesn't even understand that plants don't have over 50 nutrients. That's super easy to find out. Of course, you should not promote a meatless diet. Oh, I'm trying to be vegan, but I'm struggling. You're struggling because it's malnutrition and you understand it. You gotta go completely against your senses to go vegan. Oh, but I am vegetarian most of the time. There's tons of cases of children killing adults, beating up other children, when the parents find out and they harm the children who harmed their child. That's a natural response. It's called revenge. If you don't do it, then you may become depressed because you would literally not let it out. We do this to feel safe, for example. Any animal would do this. Their so-called age is completely irrelevant. A few years ago there was this report of a guy who grew up in the Vietnamese jungle. He lived there for around 40 years. When children threatened him, even if they may have been joking around, he hit them and felt no emotions, as if he did something wrong, nothing whatsoever. The people around him said that he doesn't know the difference between good and bad. And that's simply because morals don't come naturally. They are taught by humans. What's up, guys? What's up, everybody? I haven't done a video like this in a while. I'm gonna eat over 1.5 years old chicken. I made it in winter 2018. It's corn-fed. Smells just the same as a few months ago. I haven't aired it in 2 months now. Alright, will be fun. In it. Yep. Okay. This is the fat, which hardly ferments. One of the reasons I'm making this video is because there's a huge misunderstanding about chicken. People believe that you can eat some meat raw, but chicken, never. Why? It's just a bird, like any bird. There's nothing special about it. The thing is that most chicken in most places are treated pretty bad. They get shit food, and of course then they can get poisoned if they get 10 vaccines, which is actually common in the chicken industry. Absolutely. Yeah, you can get food poisoning from that. But it's not salmonella or whatever. It is literally food poisoning. That's what's called poisoning. It's from toxins. That's it. It's the same reason you can get food poisoning from raw eggs if they come from poisoned chicken. This is good chicken. I'm not gonna get food poisoning from it. It's simply old, rotten, fermented. It's high meat. It makes you feel good. Very strong taste. It's spicy chicken, quite similar to the 1-year-old meat that I was eating. Well, that's it. Well, it's pretty damn strong. I also ate 3-year-old chicken in my video when I was in Florida, so this is not even that old for me. It was quite different. I'm gonna link it in the description if you guys haven't seen it yet. A bunch of us ate it, with some funny reactions. It was really strong. It wasn't aired for a while. This is definitely getting to that level. The spiciness. It's not the best high meat, but it's alright. I haven't found anything better than fermented liver. Calf liver especially, also deer liver. Maybe there's something else out there. I'm still trying out new stuff. Thanks for watching, guys.
Back in early 2019, I gave a TEDx talk called Every
I dedicate this video to everybody who still comments about RuneScape, even 10 years later. It's really been 10 years now, and actually I find it interesting. I have nothing against it. Why should I? It's just that clearly you do not understand my perception of this reality. You live in a world which is man-made. Everything that you care about is made by other men. This has nothing to do with how I live my life. I live on Earth, a flat Earth, and I follow nature to level up because we are on a plane. And that's a topic for a different video, but we are literally in a virtual reality, which is pretty much the same thing as any of the video games that you play. And there are rules to this also, and you are able to actually move on. However, the trick is that they want you to focus on other realities that they created, so you're stuck in there and you never get anywhere. That's what video games are all about. I don't want my cells to adapt to an unnatural lifestyle, because that's exactly what they do when you are around radiation. This has been proven. Your cells mutate, as I explained in the video about cancer, and they literally get addicted to radiation. So you always get pulled back to the computer. This is when you have your hands on the mouse and on the keyboard. You of course will lie to yourself and not want to admit this to yourself, because this is only about yourself. I don't care about you as such, and nobody online does. You may want to believe that, but the videos of the people that you watch who are popular are simply using you. That's why they thank you for watching their videos, because of the money, which doesn't exist. These are oblivious slaves, just like you, and I'll never be able to see you as anything but scum. You're losers. I have as much respect for you as I have for vegetarians, which is none. You're at the bottom of this reality. You're in a trap and you're never going anywhere. This is how I will always see the people who comment about RuneScape or anything related to that. And you should understand that before you actually bother typing something. You're the same people who will get diagnosed with cancer and everybody around you. And because of your ignorance, not understanding that cancer is actually a good thing, you will get the treatments and you will die from it. Same as you don't understand that the earth is flat, that the 9/11 planes are not real, that we are being given only plants because they want us malnourished and sick. Where can you find real, natural, raw food anymore? This is all going on, depopulation, because the population of the earth is decreasing rapidly. And you are oblivious. And you wouldn't be playing video games if you would understand this, because it's the same as being depressed and suicidal, not being aware of what is actually going on. Otherwise you wouldn't be doing it. And I want to explain to you something about being popular, because everybody should understand this. If you want to be popular on a video game, it means that you want to be liked by people who are into popular ideas, popular beliefs, the brainwashed slaves, and you want their attention. You see, I don't want anything to do with these people. That's why I would never actually go back to playing that game. Does that make sense now? Even outside of the internet, if you are popular, it means that you are either a good actor and you lie to people for your own benefit, or you're simply also a slave. If you are intelligent, it doesn't mean that you're popular, because most likely you would be unpopular, except if it was your aim to actually trick people into being popular and into them liking you. And that's very easy nowadays. I could make videos with pop music and talk about topics that everybody cares about, but I'm not like that. As far as nature is concerned, the more unpopular you are, the more successful you are. And this concept of popularity applies to everything. This is why I listen to more unpopular music usually, because it's not made for the more simple people, for people who don't have an advanced sense of music. In the 90s there were exceptions, and actually more complicated, structured music was popular, that wasn't made for the people who have emotional problems and can only listen to one or two genres without going insane, because they are confronted with emotions that they don't want anything to do with. They actually use guitars in rock music, and nowadays pop music is called rock music. It's all messed up. In 2007 I was miserable, and everybody around me most likely understood that, because that's how I treated them. This is psychology 101. The way you treat people says a lot about you. Reflection. And it's all not black and white, but it is pretty easy to understand. When my account was hacked, I did not exactly celebrate it, but it was also not a tragedy. And later, when my YouTube account was hacked and the videos were removed, it was also not as if I celebrated it, but in the end I realized that it freed me, and I'm actually thankful whoever did those things, the YouTube account and the Kids Rage account. And in 2011, when I saw all the Masonic symbols in the game, I quit without ever looking back.
So when I say the word vegan to you, what do you think of? I'm sure for many of you, you think, oh, vegan. Why can't I just live and let live? I personally have no problem with you being vegan, but can you not force your views and just respect my personal choice to eat animal products? For some of you, you might be thinking, no, vegan. I could never be vegan. I love the taste of cheese far too much for that. And some of you might just be confused.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Places to go, me to see.
Hey guys! It's me, Lentilman. I'm currently finishing a master's in nutrition and qualifying as a nutritionist, and later this year I'm gonna be doing a PhD in scatological science.
Tell us the color of your poop in the comments. Oh, hey there! I understand that a lot of you rotten flesh eaters are not going to understand this, but I transcended through my pineal gland, and after doing a lemon cleanse for over 2 years, I now eat these leaves. Because to really ascend, you have to get to the energy source. And the next step, of course, is going breatharian, which is where I'm heading. Because my alkalinity now is so high that I don't even get an erection, because erections are actually rotten animal protein stuck in the penis. Can you feel the fresh air in your third eye?
Alright, nice day in the park. Let's go spread some vegan compassion. Follow me. There's a boy right here. Hi, little boy. What's your name?
My name is Timmy.
Oh, Timmy, and do you like to eat meat?
Yes, chicken.
Well, you know that chicken had to have its throat slit just so that you could have dinner, huh?
I don't know.
So you think it's okay for someone to die just so you could have 10 minutes of pleasure, huh?
But it's yummy.
Well, do you have a pet, Timmy?
Yes, a dog.
A dog, huh? Okay. Now, what if I took your dog, I slit its throat, I raped it, and I killed it, and then I threw it on the barbie so that I could have a nice meal?
No, mommy.
Flesh eaters. They still brainwash, aren't they?
I hope you feel my love, my dear tree. I hope that nobody ever cuts you down. That kid was vibrating at a low frequency.
Oh, yeah. Hey, did you hear about the new Impossible Burger?
Yeah.
It's got twice as much sawdust and bamboo. I'll be pooping 4 times a day now.
That's exactly what I need, a real cleanse. Let's go check out what Lentil Man is doing.
What? Cut!
It's getting kind of cold outside, 70 degrees. Anyway, the dog hasn't been eating much lately. I think he's vibrating at such a high frequency that he doesn't require food anymore. Also going breatharian.
Yeah, you know, I've taken him to the vet and the vet says he's going blind. I don't understand why. All these carrots I've been feeding him, it's full of vitamin A. It just doesn't add up.
We had another dog named Eddie, but he ascended to the next level through the vegan diet. And, what was I gonna say?
I'm sure Freddy here will be joining him shortly.
Go vegan. I got some oysters from the Netherlands. They smell a bit weird, or at least something in the bag. Maybe one is open. Smell is fine. Taste is also awesome. They're good.
By the way, Luna got these for me. She collected them all by herself. Last two. So you want? This is good.
We're in Spain. Normal day.
Actually, a lot of Spanish people move to Berlin. I hear it all the time. Alright, got some iodine, zinc, all the good stuff. Gonna go check out the market, see if the Polish guy is there. He always says raw cream and stuff like that.
What if I will die now that I'm pregnant and I ate an oyster?
I just wanted to ask if you have cream. Yeah. Sauer oder?
What's up? Ever since I started eating raw meat, I've been getting the same comments over and over again. Humans evolved by eating cooked meat. I understand that I'm talking to mentally challenged people because they believe in evolution, so how do I even explain it to them? Maybe some of you are watching right now. If you put your hand into fire, it will be ouchie, ouchie. And if you put it on a hot stove, it will also be ouchie, ouchie, because fire is destructive, so don't put your food into it. Cooking destroys. What does it destroy? The cells, the molecules. What are you made out of? Where are the nutrients stored? What is meat? An animal. What are you? An animal. You're so fucking dumb. You brainwashed scientism following sheeple like studies so much, right? At least you read the titles. Every study ever done shows that cooked meat has less nutrients. So how did we evolve if raw food has more nutrients? There's no fucking logic at all. Never has been. You believe a fantasy story. What do you need for brain growth? B12. Cooked meat is notoriously known for destroying even over 90% of B12 when it's well done.
Yo. Yo, as requested by a subscriber, I'm gonna review what Nick Walker eats in a day. He's looking very human. He probably doesn't have any energy to do the clothes anymore.
Touch my sock.
He's breathing very loud, even from far away. Oh boy, what a train wreck.
Alright, welcome back guys to the Walker Nation channel. Today's going to be a little different video. It's not going to be your typical training video. It is going to be a day in the life video.
I like the skull on the back of the hoodie. It's representing the upcoming death. Jesus, he's slow. Not just the way he walks, talks and everything. It's just a big clump of death. Just a big walking tumor.
That's it.
Another one.
Just relax in the morning. And sip on the coffee.
Alright, you start your day with a lot of toxins. Great. As if your body doesn't have enough already, really.
Like I said, I'll sit out here for a good 30 minutes or so. Just relax. A lot of people have their own things, but they like.
He can't even talk properly.
This is mine.
It's the same thing so often with these bodybuilders, aka people with body dysmorphia.
I take a lot of my morning sups. It is going to be a lot of sups.
The morning
so
pills, of course, because you're sick.
It obviously works. So if the sups work, don't fucking matter. But we like to take some immune multi, especially with all the shit going around. Keep the immune shit strong.
There's nothing going around, but I'm not surprised that you're dumb enough to believe it.
Revive has their own vitamin C, but I ran out, so vitamin C. A little turmeric.
Why do you take turmeric? That's just a toxin. Literally, I don't get it.
Heart.
Heart?
Very important.
Oh, this is so bad.
Prostate. Also very important. Probably not something I need to be concerned with at the moment because I'm still young. But it's always good to stay on top of it.
I don't get it. Is he taking something for his heart and prostate, or are those actual organ supplements? I kind of doubt it. That would actually be okay under the circumstances, seeing as he will probably only eat garbage anyway.
Now we come to this cabinet. My favorite cabinet. Where all the health subs go.
That's almost worse than a vegan.
Omegas.
Oh, it's almost empty.
Just finished it.
You're a disgrace to human beings. Really. I mean it.
K2 plus D3. Bergamot. Blood pressure.
It's like a joke. It's like...
Liver.
This video is so long already, and all that he's doing is taking pills in the morning. Jesus. Oh. Fucking almighty.
Really close.
This video is so incredibly slow and boring. It's 40 minutes long, and now I realize why. It's not because there's a lot of information or that he does something. It's just slow.
What is that called? A calic? Yeah. 75 grams of carbs worth of the bowl of Gaines Granny strawberry candy. This is a fantastic flavor. I know they just released the peach flavor, which is really good. And I know coming soon will be the cake batter, I believe. Birthday cake. I've had that. That's extremely good. But yeah, we're gonna do.
Yeah, okay. The little boy is eating his junk food as he always did.
Do a strawberry today, and I had to defrost some chicken. Always just eat the foods that digest best. Just let it drizzle.
He's making zero sense. He's eating a lot of fiber, carbohydrates, which are of course not digestible. Neither is the almond butter. Oh, he's just so slow. It's just, I've never seen this kind of video. It's such torture to watch this.
Yummy. Little flavor gang sweet poppy. 20 grams of the raw yayas. Pineapple flavor. This is probably my favorite flavor. I like pineapple juice in general, so this tastes pretty darn close to it.
He's just a synthetic garbage consumer. This is the worst video I've ever seen. The most boring one. It's just taking pills and powders all day and a bit of junk food. It's just so incredibly anti-entertaining. It's amazing.
How's your workout, big dog?
Can't tell if I'm still sweating after my shower. It's water. Good workout with the back. I know I said I was supposed to do chest, but I was still sore from Saturday from chest, so I felt like it would have been counterproductive to do it. So I did back instead and had a really good back workout.
What the fuck has to go wrong in somebody's childhood that they deform their bodies so much, become a drug addict and believe that they actually look good, even though nobody on earth would believe that, except for some other drug addicts, of course. Just look at that gut. Everything is disproportionate in every way possible.
We did reverse cable pull downs, 3 sets of 20 reps, and then
who cares? You're doing nothing with your life. It doesn't matter. You're a loser. Who cares how many reps?
Yes.
Who cares what you do at a man-made gym lifting man-made weights? It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
I did 3 sets, 10 to 12 reps.
Shut your fucking mouth. Nobody cares.
The Magnum row.
Everybody's laughing at you. They look at you, think that you're a moron for ruining your body. You're gonna die, probably in your 30s, and everybody's gonna be laughing, looking back at you, talking about your reps.
10 to 12 there. And then I did 2 sets for adults.
Oh my god. What a moron.
I did 3 sets of 20 ab crunches, 20 minutes cardio on the stairs.
Why do you still keep talking about it? It's irrelevant.
Home, showered. Gonna finish this gallon of water real quick and then. Fuck.
Bro, you're sweating.
That's gotta be sweat, right?
Yeah.
I just showered.
Yeah, your body is trying to detox, but that's obviously impossible because all that you do all day long is toxify it.
Post-workout meal. We got made the macros.
Jesus, look at that gut. It's very funny that he is sort of showing off his body. I suppose why else walk around without a t-shirt, but he doesn't realize that he looks extremely sick, deadly sick. Look at that acne everywhere, all the toxins trying to leave the body. It's just impossible because every day you keep refeeding it with toxins.
Yeah. Post-workout meal is a big one. Onion and pepper here. A little extra pepper. Made the macros.
Cinnamon is extremely toxic. What is that other stuff? I don't even get what he's eating there. Is it a bunch of vegetables? Just a bunch of empty fiber or what?
Set up in the microwave.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't make a difference anymore.
30. I like my food like burning hot. I don't know why, but I do. Alright, so meal 3. I'm gonna do some steak.
I don't even understand what meal 2 was.
Chopping the steak up because, what was it, last week?
Okay, now he's eating some real food.
Piece of steak without chewing it, and I thought I was gonna choke and die.
Yeah, probably because everything is so tight there.
Minions have spawned.
He's measuring everything. This kind of a life is just a chore. It's close to torture. It's not really even living anymore.
And with this meal, we also have 2 whole eggs.
Wow. Something nutritious also? His meals are devoid of micronutrients, except for the steak and the eggs now.
Alright, so meal 4.
The eggs before were really the only nutritious thing he ate so far. He doesn't eat anything all day long. He's completely drugged up. It's just really funny.
I made the macros chicken.
I guess he ate the steak before. I didn't really understand because it just disappeared. Listen to him breathing. My camera battery died because the video is so long. I'm skipping to the end because I really can't stand watching it anymore. More sludge, sugar, toxins, anti-nutrients from the almond butter and whatever that garbage is. It's just a little boy who used a lot of drugs and eats all the junk food he used to eat as a kid.
So that'll be the last meal of the day. So that is a typical day in life eating schedule for me.
The only good thing he ate throughout the day was the steak and the eggs.
As of right now, we are...
Look at those arms, it's just like...
Yeah, we'll be officially 8 weeks post-Olympia, I believe, 8 or 9 weeks. So yeah, like I said, we increased food.
Man, do you not understand what the Olympia is about? How do you not get it? Who do you think sponsors all of you? They are making fun of you. They want to see how far a human will go to get attention because he didn't get attention as a little boy or a little girl, because women also do it nowadays. That's what it's all about. It's a bunch of rich people watching you mutated, deformed losers, which is what you are, destroying yourself, dying in your 30s, 40s, and they laugh at you. They eat actually healthy food while they look at you eating all of this synthetic garbage, pumping yourself full of drugs just to impress other morons.
A little bit. Weight's about 280 in the morning right now. Yeah, that's really it. It's basically how every day goes for the most part. And
horrible life.
Like I said, I'm just having fun.
Yeah.
I feel back to my old self a little.
Absolutely. Oh, he's having super much fun. You can see the joy is just pouring out of him. I'm having super much fun. Yeah, this is a very nice life I'm having. I can't really talk anymore, but this is really awesome. I'm looking forward to the next Mr. Olympia. Maybe if I will not be dead by then.
Video that'll be posted soon. But yeah, that's pretty much it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this video.
That's it for your life.
We'll be doing more of these. So thank you guys for subscribing and always watching my videos.
People watch your videos to laugh at you because you're a freak. You do understand that, right?
It means a lot to me that you guys really support me and follow my journey. So just stay tuned for all the new content that'll be coming.
Alright, this is what a severe mental illness, delusion looks like. I don't know what he sees in the mirror, but it's not what we are seeing. It can be, because otherwise he wouldn't continue. There's just so many problems there. Who knows? It's probably super deep. There's some deep trauma and so many mental issues and a lot of literally physical health issues going on here that it's probably beyond anybody's comprehension really at this point. He's stuffing himself full of synthetic garbage all day long. He basically only eats junk food except for some meat and eggs. It's not even as if he eats much, considering how he looks like, but of course he looks the way he looks because of drugs only. And that's essentially all that we are looking at here. It is a drug addict, no different than a heroin addict or anything else. These are not people to look up to, obviously. I think that should be needless to say. But even beyond that, these are not people that we should listen to about anything. They shouldn't be giving advice about anything at all, because clearly they don't understand anything that life is about. At all, in any way at all. It's not only the drugs that he's addicted to, it's this whole lifestyle. The way he talks about the reps that he did, as if somebody cares. He doesn't realize, because he's stuck in his own bubble. He doesn't understand what life is about. He doesn't do anything that's naturally fulfilling. He has a little dog that he takes care of. that's about it. It's way beyond pathetic. Thanks for watching.
People who get locked into a vision are
What's up everyone? Fully Raw Christina made a video talking about how to make an anti-aging smoothie. How can she talk about anti-aging? How? This is a clip from Epitome of Malnourishment Free. Most of you have likely seen it. That was her at 31, now she's 32. She removed the video quickly, but I downloaded it in time because people were commenting about how old she looks. She has a granny look, the grey hair, those wrinkles are way beyond her age. Now you can see her with makeup, but she still looks way older than she should. Alright.
What's up my beautiful friends, it's Christina and I am so excited to be back here with you. Today's video is all about collagen. It is such a popular topic right now and I have so many people asking me about collagen, a smoothie for beauty recipe that is filled with vegan collagen that is healthy for you to enjoy. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button because
Okay, I don't know what she means, but there's no such thing as vegan collagen. Collagen is found in animals. There's no plants that have collagen, obviously. I would hope that I don't have to explain this. I don't know if she's trying to scam her viewers again. She's known for this, that's why even a lot of vegans don't like her. Incredibly fake.
there is more deliciousness to come and I'm so grateful to have you here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for watching this video. Thank you for being a part of
She
my
has
community.
implants, her teeth are fake.
I have so
She has a
many
kilogram of
people
makeup
asking me
on.
if I supplement with bone broth
Just
or
terrible.
with glycerin or with consuming some type of a chicken or beef collagen supplement to be able to get in my collagen. And the answer is absolutely not. Collagen is one of the most abundant proteins in your body. It's found in your muscles, your bones, your skin, your digestive system, your tendons, and more. It's what gives your skin strength and elasticity and also helps to replace dead skin cells. Our body's collagen production naturally slows down as we age. And this is when we begin to see wrinkles or signs of aging. So consuming extra collagen as a supplement has become a...
Alright, just to make it clear, she admitted that it's only found in animals. She even just listed where it's found. The oversaturation of the videos and this acting. Who the hell watches these videos still?
a trend nowadays because people are trying to reverse the signs of aging, to have more plump, beautiful, glowing skin, and also
None of which you have.
help with other health benefits as well. There is no doubt that consuming collagen is popular or trending right now, and this can actually be really discouraging to vegans because most known sources of collagen come from bone broth or glycerin, which comes from pigs, or beef or chicken stews that people consume, or other animal-based sources. I'm going to be sharing with you a very collagen-rich smoothie today that you can enjoy that is raw. It's
Actually, just to comment on that, the people who eat a cooked paleo diet or whatever, their skin also ends up looking pretty bad in their 60s, 70s. You can see that with all of them. They end up getting spots on their skin and all of that. This is why you should only consume raw animals.
There are ways to get your collagen peptides through vegan sources. You can still enjoy all of the benefits of consuming collagen peptides, and you do not need to consume it in the form of an animal product. So I've done my best to provide some
Is she
vitamin
lying
and
or
mineral
what is she
rich
doing
foods
right
to
now?
add into a smoothie with a collagen-based vegan
She can't be that
supplement
ignorant,
that can
so she must be.
a meal for you. And not just like a smoothie, but this can actually act as a meal for you. There are enough calories in it, there's enough collagen protein in it, and enough other vitamins and minerals for this to be considered a meal supplement. And this smoothie can be your one fully raw vegan meal a day. It is filled with everything you need to really boost your breakfast or your lunch, and it is so good. Not only is this smoothie delicious, but
Who
it
even
is
still
packed
believes
with
that
good
she's
nutrition
raw or
to give you
even
that
vegan?
extra boost for breakfast or lunch that you need to help you make it through the rest of the day. When you're ready in your high-speed blender of choice, please go ahead and add on in approximately 3 ripe peeled bananas, a half a cup of fresh or frozen pineapple, 1 cup of frozen or fresh berries, 1 tablespoon of almond butter, a half to 1 tablespoon of raw hemp seeds, 1 to 2 cups of fresh almond milk, and I have just made this fresh almond milk myself by blending together
Alright, she's known for scamming her viewers, and people should understand that her channel is a business, and she's not the only one who runs it. She's not even the one who edits her videos. I would hope that this is very clear, but it's probably not to a lot of her viewers. Anyway, she's poisoning her viewers also, of course, because what this is firstly pretty much pure sugar. The sugar found in candies, pastries and so on, which even vegans call unhealthy, comes from fruit, beets, etc. This is it. Then you've got almond milk, calcifies your whole body. Phytic acid, it doesn't let you absorb any of the minerals in the fruit.
approximately a half a cup of raw soaked almonds and 2 cups of alkaline Evermore water. I'm also going to add in 1 large leaf of kale, a small handful of spinach, and a heaping scoop of Sun Warrior
Oxalates.
collagen building.
Incredibly toxic.
This is a complete source of raw vegan protein peptides. I have to say that I really love this protein powder, not only because it has mushroom extracts in it, but also because it has cacao. And it is so good. Blend this up until it is completely smooth.
Fuck?
Now this smoothie for beauty is truly beautiful. It's raw, it's vegan, and it's cruelty-free. Thank you all so much for joining me in this video today.
Fake.
If you have liked this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up. If you're interested in this recipe or the Sun Warrior collagen protein peptides that I've used in this video, please be sure to click on the links in the description below. Sending you all my hugs and my love. Bye.
Fakest YouTuber. Okay, I checked out this vegan collagen. It's an absolute scam. How can it be called collagen when there's no collagen inside? It's supposed to boost your collagen production, but it can't because all of the ingredients are toxic. It's just going to make you sick. She's using her viewers for money. It's messed up. Organic spirulina. Even the vegans are starting to figure out that it's toxic. A lot of wild plants, which they have no use for, those are waste products. And you buy it like idiots. Anyway, this smoothie and her diet overall doesn't have over 50 nutrients. Stop following this religion. It's going to age you just like her. She understands that you're concerned about the aging. She knows it because she went through the same. She's using you. Thanks for watching, guys.
I do want you to feel empowered. That is like the most important thing out of these advice videos. I'm always thinking, how can I communicate to a young person the power is in.
What's up? I'm going to review a vegan what I eat in a day video by Mia's Life.
Hey Miracles! So on one of my recent videos,
Oh boy.
I had comments, nobody's perfect, and like, for example, my skin, I do have troubles with it like breaking out quite a bit and stuff like that. However, I feel like
All
this would be a
vegans
really cool
do.
video, and I can like show you guys all of my stuff that I do because I do like to go to the gym regularly, and obviously I'm vegan as well, so I thought you guys would find this video interesting. So, let's get started. I would love to say that I go to the gym every day, however, that could be a lie. Like, I actually like enjoy going to the gym sometimes. Not all the time, sometimes it's like that thing like before you go to the gym, you're like, oh, really don't want to. But then when you're actually at the
That doesn't make any sense. Either you like it or not. Obviously, stressing your body is not fun for anybody. You can make yourself believe that to give yourself motivation to go to the gym, but you're lying to yourself and living in denial then.
gym, then it is kind of fun, and like afterwards you feel great and you know you feel elated. So I'm not gonna go to the gym. I've got a bottle of water.
So the first thing I go on when I get to the gym is the treadmill. Because
because I always like to start my workout off with a warm-up, and I like to do cardio for that because I just feel like it gets my heart pumping. And basically, because obviously I go to the gym normally like first thing in the morning. Obviously I went a bit later today than normal, but yeah, basically I go there like
Yes, it gets your heart pumping. Obviously, because you're slowly dying. It's proven to cause heart disease. It's in no way healthy. You're not even doing it outside. You're a modern slave who's inside of a building running for absolutely no reason. People who believe that this is in any way at all healthy are completely removed from reality.
straight after I've woken up, so I'm like a bit, you know, I feel a bit groggy. I just kind of do what I feel like doing, if that makes sense. Like depending on that day, like if the day before I was really tired or I didn't sleep enough, then I won't go as fast just because I feel like my body doesn't feel like it's able to go as fast. And as you can see, I am dead by this point in my workout. Like literally 3 minutes into my workout, my lungs are like burning. So then I like to do some weight training, I don't know what you call it, but you know, some resistance machines. So for these sorts of things, I just kind of take it however I feel like my body can take it. Normally I do like 20 or 25. I did start
I can in some way
20,
understand why guys do
it
this,
was
but
too
girls...
light, so then I ended up going to 25. And I just like really like to hold it, so I tend to do like 10 or 15 going up and down with the weight, and then I'll hold it for like
What is this?
30 seconds, and then I'll do like another 10 to 15 reps. I've progressed in my knee going to the gym. Like I feel like I've become stronger because I've been going to the gym for a while now.
Your knees will be dead in a few years.
Idea what
So I'm now back from the gym and it is breakfast time. I am very, very hungry. So this is what I have for breakfast. I basically have porridge with obviously oats, and I have soya milk, and then I have lots of pomegranate. Let me show you guys. I've got pomegranate. I've also got some blended flax seeds, so they're all ground up, and that way you can actually absorb the nutrients, all of the omega-3s. Then I've got some grapefruit on here, and I've also got some frozen berries.
Alright, I assume that as a teenager you really believed it, but it's not true. It's been proven that we can convert the plant oils into animal fat. That's what you want when you talk about omega-3s. You already admit that you need animal fat. The rest of it is, of course, as always, oats in the morning, some sugar and fiber to start off your day, ruin your mood because it will destroy your gut, some more sugar, anti-nutrients in the seeds, phytoestrogens as a teenager, female, perfect.
Which are full of loads of antioxidants, which is really good for your skin. With my breakfast, I also like to have my vitamins. I do actually basically...
Okay, it's good for your skin even though you admitted that your skin is bad. So it doesn't work? Or are antioxidants actually there to defend the plants? Obviously not the animals, in this case you as a human, eating them. Which one is it? Nature. Think about it.
I always have really struggled to swallow like capsules. I literally can't do it. So I have to have it with food.
Duh.
I used to have to actually chew them
Listen
up
to
and
your
swallow
body.
them like that. Like I cannot do it with water. I've never been able to. So I have to do it with food now. I've like progressed a little bit. So the vitamins I actually have these B12 ones after my breakfast because I feel like as a vegan you can sometimes get low in B12. So it's better to be safe than sorry. This one's actually an under the tongue one. So this is nice. I have that after.
Vitamin B12 benefits, gives you good skin. Again, nothing you say makes sense. It's a huge contradiction. Usually they add dextrose to pills just so people swallow them. They taste terrible because it's not vitamins. Those are toxins. Actual vitamin B12 is found in meat.
Then I also have these probiotic ones. It does come in a jar, but I accidentally put the jar in the bin. But you're not really supposed to do that, so this is just what you fill the jar up with. These are the female probiotic ones, which are really good for your guts. And then I have these omega-3 DHL from algae.
DHL?
Fish oil,
Did she say that?
Obviously I'm vegan, so I have it from algae oil instead. This is just good for your hair and brain and nails and just like overall like skin health and stuff like that. Then I also have another under the tongue one, so I obviously have this after I've eaten my breakfast, and this is K2, and obviously K2 is good for your bones. So those are the vitamins I have on like a regular
It's
basis.
not
I don't
animal
have K2 every day,
K2,
I have
but
like
whatever, you won't understand, I won't even
Right,
explain
let's
it.
tuck in. healthy days, I always like to have sweet potato for lunch because it's amazing. I love sweet potato. It's like my favorite food ever, and it's obviously full of loads of vitamin A, which is good for your skin, and it just looks so delicious. I love.
Okay, obviously you keep repeating that it's good for your skin because you're very insecure about your skin. I'm just trying to make you realize that that's it. There's no vitamin A in sweet potatoes. Never has been. Actually, there's no plant at all that has vitamin A because it's an animal vitamin. This is why your skin is not getting better. If you would eat some liver, which is the highest source of vitamin A, then your skin would slowly start clearing up. Really, trust me.
Potato. I do normally have more guacamole. Anyways, yes, I've got a bit of guacamole on it because it has healthy fats. And then I've also got some greens for all of the vitamins and minerals.
It has oils. What you want is animal fat.
I don't really know how to describe it.
You're getting very skinny and your body wants fat. It can't use plant oils.
And then I've also made myself this really delicious juice. Don't let the colour put you off, Miracles, okay guys? I know it looks a bit odd, but just don't let the colour put you off. Basically, it's got carrots in it, celery, and it's got cucumber in. It doesn't really taste like anything. It's also got
Carrot
water
toxins.
in it as well.
Celery makes you allergic to the sun, essentially.
But it tastes nice though, guys. I know I'm not like describing it in like the most pleasing way, like vegetable flavor. It doesn't sound like good, but it is nice, guys. Anyways, I'm gonna tuck into my soup plate. Mia, of course, I know you guys are probably thinking like, Mia, you literally eat so healthy. I'm now making dinner, so for dinner I'm actually going to be having some noodles. Now I'm going to put some water in here and then start cooking those. I'm also going to put some tofu, and then I'm going to make some sort of like glaze out of maple syrup and balsamic vinegar for my dinner. And I am done. Look how amazing this looks, Miracles. I'm so excited to eat this. Basically, the reason why I love the maple syrup and the balsamic vinegar combination is because it basically goes with
Covers up the taste.
caramelized. Anyways, look how amazing it looks. Let's try it. I also love spicy food, so I've always add some nice hot sauce to my meals. Makes it that little bit better. So.
She said it makes it better. Of course, you have toxic greens there, which no human wants to eat. That's why you cook them and cover them up with spices. It's common sense for a human being to do that because it goes against your senses to eat that. Okay?
That's hot. Wow, I just got like a whole dollop of sauce in my mouth. That's spicy! Okay, don't do too much of it. So guys, I'm gonna have to whisper because my baby sister is now asleep. But it is dessert time, so for dessert I have some Halo Top ice cream. This is the flavour Peanut Butter Cup, which is like one of my favourite flavours. I love peanut butter, so this is just amazing. Right, I've got a bowl full here, so this is my favourite time of the day. As I said earlier, I absolutely love sweet.
You really have to stop this. Your skin is going to be so ruined from the scars, you will look really, really old. I'm going to assume that you went vegan because you wanted to maybe heal your skin also. It's quite possible, and it's never going to work. You're getting high amounts of toxins from the plants, and all plants have them, every day. Your body is detoxing because you're still a young woman whose immune system is somewhat intact. Later on, people still consume toxins, but their bodies don't get rid of them anymore. That's why it's quite bad at this point.
So dessert's my favourite meal. If you can even class it as a meal. Is dessert a meal? So Miracles, I'm now actually going to be going to bed. That is basically everything I do on like a day-to-day basis. Well, what I did today to help me stay healthy, and basically what I eat in the day, and what I do at the gym. So guys,
it's a common misconception that teenagers nowadays, or anybody who's somewhat young, is supposed to get acne. It's just normal. That's what happens. If somebody who lives in nature would see you, they would think that you're severely sick because this is actually, naturally speaking, very abnormal. It's a modern day problem, and you wouldn't have these problems if you would simply eat meat. It doesn't have to be only meat, but mostly animal products, and you would have no acne. It would all disappear. I understand that you've been brainwashed to believe that plants are the answer, but they are all man-made, they are unnatural, and it's not what humans ever consumed. And this is why we have the modern day problems. In nature, humans mostly eat raw meat and drink blood, but it's something that's been covered up. Even cooked meat would get rid of your problems though.
If you don't already, make sure to click subscribe, also check out this video here, and don't forget, I'll see you guys next one. Bye!
Yep. Yeah. She didn't get over 50 nutrients in this day of eating. Of course, she named a lot of these vitamins, which she thought she got. But as a young girl, you probably don't understand anything at all about nutrition. You just watch some documentaries, maybe listen to Dr. Greber, and you think that you understand everything. You think that you're doing the right thing, maybe for the environment, maybe even for health, but you're promoting this to a lot of other young girls who will of course now think, okay, I'll go vegan. People are guilt-tripped into it. It's trendy nowadays. If everybody's doing it, then why not? What can you lose? Your health. Do vegans care about human health? In no way whatsoever. The bottom line here is that you're not supposed to eat man-made food and swallow pills all day long. None of your health problems will disappear if you continue. Snap out of it. Thanks for watching. What's up everybody? This popular vegan YouTuber Raw was caught eating fish at a restaurant while another YouTuber was vlogging. Here's the clip.
Hemos estado hablando un montón de todo este viaje porque Henry lleva aquí más de un mes, pues no aquí, pero sí en Asia. Fue a Japón, fue a yo no sé dónde, mejor dicho.
The face expression, she was very uncomfortable. She leaned forward, kind of trying to hide it with her arms because she understood that it's too late. Although all of it doesn't make sense because there's no explanation as to why it was even posted on the other YouTuber's channel. Maybe she wanted to expose Rowena because this was a little part at the end of a longer video, or it was actually a publicity stunt and that's how she wanted to come out accidentally. Here's the video she made now.
Hi fam, hey guys. I don't think there was ever gonna be the perfect time for me to make this video. I definitely did not feel ready to talk about this or share it. And first of all, I just want to say that I'm really sorry about the way that the news were communicated to you. You trust me, you listen to me, and you probably feel deceived and lied to, and you're in.
She also has breast implants. She's fake as hell.
I asked for forgiveness because of this plant-based diet and of veganism. I was able to overcome addiction like alcoholism and smoking cigarettes. I was able
or
to
you just switch to
gain a
another
greater
addiction,
consciousness
sugar.
of
That's
who
what
I
all
am,
addicts
my
do.
place
They
in
just
this
switch
world,
addictions.
the foods that I need in order to thrive, to share this message, these good news, this thing that I had found. I had felt so incredibly good, and that's how it all started.
You didn't find it, it found
Because of
you.
that, I'm also
It's an
grateful to
agenda.
this lifestyle, because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here with you today. I just want to be completely honest and authentic and
Totally.
truthful with you guys today. That is just what I've been
Today.
and I want to continue to
What about
be
the rest
that.
of the time?
I just want to say that I believe in this diet, that it can heal people. I believe that it's an amazing diet that many people
How can you
thrive
still
on,
sell this
that
bullshit?
I have thrived on for years.
Fuck.
And something happened to me in my health that led me to have to try another thing, another solution to feel better. So I will get to that soon. Okay,
There's
it all
over
started 6
15
years
nutrients
ago.
you can
This
get
was
from
when I
plants. That's why
found
you
out about
fail. That's why everybody
plant-based
fails.
I found
You gotta be
out
completely
about
mentally
the raw
challenged to
diet.
believe people like fully raw
That's how my journey
Christina.
started. I
For over
adopted
10 years
raw
she's been
vegan
eating
for
raw
the first
vegetables
2
and fruit.
weeks, and I felt
You gotta be
amazing.
fucking retarded to believe that.
I was feeling less
She deserves all
anxiety.
of those fucking
I
idiot
didn't wanna
viewers.
drink, I didn't want to smoke
She just makes
cigarettes,
money
I
off
was
you, and that's
sleeping
what this is
better,
all
I
about.
was
It's a
feeling
business for
better,
these
I was
people.
looking better. That went on for 2 years. I didn't have my period for 2 years. Until the end of 2015 was when I started looking more into it and talking to more people and reading about it, and I learned that not having a period is is really not healthy. It's not good for you.
What?
So I said, okay, well, I'm gonna go and get checked and see what's going on. Something was going on in my body that wasn't right, and eventually it was gonna catch up to me. And
You were
eventually
slowly
it was gonna get
eating
worse.
yourself.
So
That's
it
what
took me a
all
little
vegans
bit
go
to-
through.
It was years that I didn't have my period, so obviously my body needed time to heal. So I was patient with it. This was all of 2016, and it was in
This is the definition of malnutrition.
kind of
It's
like
not
September
healing
or
at
something,
all.
when I stopped getting my period again.
In every way, you must have
And
understood
it
that
was
this
around
diet is
5
not
months that I
sustainable.
didn't have my period.
And you
When I
should
got
have
to the
told
point
it to all of your viewers, but you didn't. You're a liar. That's the definition of a
I'm
liar.
not getting my period. I got candida, and it wasn't like a normal candida. Usually you'll get candida in your gut, in your intestine, but this was vaginitis candida, so I got candida in my vagina. I know it's so weird. I had never heard about it, and the way that I noticed it was because I was getting cuts in my vagina. Basically, the candida diet was a diet low in sugar, low in fruit. I completely eliminated kombucha from my diet. I didn't eat grains. I was basically just
Super
eating
typical
veggies
problem
and fats.
among vegans because of all the sugar.
I
Heard
was
this a
also
million
taking-
times.
I was feeling constipated. I was getting diarrhea. I was having a lot of gases and a lot of burps, but it was on a very small level. It wasn't very big as how it eventually got to be. I told my doctor
Fiber,
about the symptoms
anti-nutrients,
that
and
I was having,
toxins. Again,
and we
this
already
also
knew
happens
that
to
I didn't have
vegans.
candida, so she said,
Plants
"I think
protect
you have
themselves
SIBO."
with these
This was, like,
toxins. They are
towards the end
supposed
of
to
the
ruin your
summer,
gut if you eat them.
and-
It's the purpose.
Which is really
You're
ironic.
not supposed to
because
eat
a lot of good
plants.
things were happening in my life.
Realize
at
that we are carnivores.
Or I would do juice cleanses. I would do water fast. That was the best. I felt really good when I did water fasting.
'Cause you didn't
because
eat
I
plants.
wasn't eating anything. I got to the point where I just preferred not to eat because I was afraid that anything that I would eat, I would feel sick after it.
You were
I also
still
tried
eating
intermittent
something
fasting. I said, okay, intermittent
human
fasting is
flesh
what I need to do.
yourself.
I tried that for a while, and at the
Fasting
beginning
is a
it would
synonym
work.
of
So I
starvation.
was
That's what the body
trying a lot of
does.
things, and eventually I said to myself,
Exactly the same thing.
eat balance. And it was really hard because for so long I saw this food, this animal food, as something that is basically toxic for my body, something that I don't need, that my body doesn't need.
You are
And
an animal.
to
It's exactly the
see it
same,
as something
literally.
that it could
You only
heal
have
me
animal
was really hard
cells.
for me to, it still is hard for me to accept and admit. Everything has fiber, and fiber is really good, but when you have SIBO, fiber is really
Why do you
bad
still
for
say that it's
Your body
good?
can't process it, which is
Just
why I
realize
was
you've been
feeling
promoting
so
an unhealthy
bloated,
diet.
and I was having indigestion and diarrhea whenever I ate anything because it was full of fiber and my body couldn't take it. I really want to be able to go back to eating plant-based. I want to be able to just feel that good from eating plants and be a testament to that. It's been really
But you
hard for me
can't.
to accept and admit it. So that was 2 months ago, and for the first 3 weeks, I kind of following the diet. First of all, it was difficult for me to eat that because I felt a lot of guilt and shame, and even just
It's
the
totally
taste and
brainwashed.
textures of it, I wasn't. It's not something that I really enjoyed or was into. But I was seeing it as medicine. In the past, I
Something
never
that
ate
made you
eggs.
completely sick
never liked
is not something that
eggs,
you should
and
be
thinking
protecting
about
anymore.
where they were coming
That's
from, of
just a
course, I
sign
was
that you're in a
sourcing
cult.
them locally and organic and
Totally
gluten-free
mentally ill.
and
It's literally the
fat-free,
definition of
really
mental
researching
illness.
on what I was buying,
She
what
still
I was
doesn't
eating,
get
so
it.
that
She doesn't
was
want
the
to
first
realize
thing.
it.
Antibiotics, I believe that they don't go to the root of the problem.
They would completely destroy your gut.
So they're not going to get to the
You would
root of the
regret it
problem.
forever.
So, as I said, I'm still in this process, this experimental phase, and maybe I will be open to taking antibiotics, but I didn't want that to be my first
She's
option.
totally out of her
So
mind.
she recommended that. And she
This is
said
just
you can eat
ridiculous.
Anything. The SIBO diet is what they, it's not true. You can follow a vegan diet, just don't eat fruit, no raw, and that's it. So that's what I did. So for the next 2 weeks, I was like, okay, I can eat vegan.
Do you know how
Maybe it's
dumb you
more.
are?
This video also marks a difference in myself and my channel. There's so many things that I feel sometimes I don't share because I'm afraid of what people will think, including this video. I want to be
It wouldn't be a
stronger in my
problem,
voice and what I believe in.
but you came out with it way
More
later,
upfront and honest.
which just makes you
And I
fake,
wanna
which
be
makes
more
you a liar.
upfront with you
That's the problem,
and
just be
clear.
honest
I think being in
right
a
away.
relationship, thank you for watching and thank you for hearing me out.
You're fake and
thank you
cringy.
to all the people that have
That's all I
messaged.
see.
I love you so much. I love you. I only wish the best for you, for me, for everyone. I'm so grateful to have you in my life.
Alright, the problem is, as I said, how can anybody take you serious or feel empathy if you lied to everybody for all this time? You could have just made videos and said, hey, I'm feeling bad because of this, I'm doing this, blah blah. No, nothing. And then you don't tell you've been eating animal foods for such a long time, and you still promote plants because you still had recent videos of eating plants and yeah, grapefruit juice, even though none of that was actually helping you in any way, and you know that it's harmful. So it's just bullshit. This is a bullshit channel. It's making people unhealthy. There's over 50 nutrients you can get from plants. I've said this a million times. This is why vegans get sick. The problems she had were also caused by the toxins and anti-nutrients that are supposed to destroy your gut. You're not supposed to eat vegetables, especially plants don't want to be eaten. They've measured that they actually feel the pain, they react to it. There are living things like animals. Nothing that is alive wants to be eaten. Okay, nothing. Life doesn't work that way. You can't just eat plants just like that. Especially seeds. Those are the worst. There you are. Alright. Thanks for watching.
Subtle. I don't do subtle.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Seems to be blood everywhere I
Shut down.
doesn't get better than this.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain.
Got axes. Need victims.
Hey everybody, I'm going to watch Abby's review of what I eat in a day. I made a video about her review of Unnatural Vegan's diet, and at the end of the video I said that she should review what I eat in a day, and she did. That's cool. Of course I can imagine what she will talk about, bacteria, parasites, etc. Should be hilarious.
Hey everyone, I'm Abby Sharp. Welcome to Abby's Kitchen and another edition of What I Eat in a Day YouTuber Review. So I've been reading all of your comments, and a lot of you guys have asked me to review a carnivore's diet. And there's a few.
You guys probably
that
commented
I've
on her
seen come up
video.
often. So
Cool.
I'm gonna work my way through and start with this guy. His name's Supreme. I don't know how to say his name, so I'm just gonna call
I don't want to be associated with the carnivore diet, by the way, at all.
Cue the T-Swift. That's all I know.
Ugh.
Second of all,
Not this
I want you
cringe
guys
shit.
all to know how much I love you, because it was like painful for me to watch these videos. For a lot of reasons, many of which I don't have time to like get in detail on during this video. But things like the fact that he thinks the earth is flat, that he seems like he's anti-Semitic, and also he has another video called Serial
What the fuck is she talking about?
Organ harvesting. And when asked if he's suggesting that we kill and eat people, his response was yes. Yeah,
Whoa.
and YouTube screamed and pulled down my video. YouTube, we gotta do better at this.
Actually, watch the video.
Down. But anyway, I am here to talk food, not politics. So
So
I
she
wanna
starts
get
off by completely lying about me.
Before we get started,
Nice.
a big warning, especially to all of my vegan viewers. What you are about to see probably will offend you, because quite honestly, it offends the out of me too. So let's do this. That's enough of that, I would say. I just want to say that I'm trying really hard to be professional and kind with this review, but I'm struggling
super professional. Come on.
immensely to watch.
You're
it.
probably totally triggered by my
Basically what we're
video.
seeing
That's why you're
is a
doing
hooded
this.
man,
That's cool.
hunched over in a dark apartment, shoving raw meat and butter into his face. Fine. But let's talk about that liver that he's consuming right there. So don't get me wrong, liver is probably one of the most nutritious organs that you could eat. However, like most things, too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. Like,
There's no example of that.
and in the case of liver,
Only too much
we're
of a
talking
bad
about
thing
toxicity.
can be a bad thing.
Vitamin A toxicity. And yes, that's the real thing.
It's not,
So one
there's
thing
zero
I
proof
find
for it.
is the recommended amount of vitamin A you should be getting per day. And vitamin A toxicity.
There's only been studies about supplements, synthetic toxic vitamin A. It's bullshit. There's no proof that you can get toxicity from liver. Never. There's never been one case.
I would
It's
still
just,
say that you want to go easy on the portion sizes. And yes, totally fine in moderation, but in combination with everything else going on in this guy's diet, including that stick of butter he's consuming, I would say it's overkill. All right, let's get to
what's
his
wrong with
next
butter?
meal.
Right there on the ground.
An enemy has been slain.
There's chunks in it. There's chunks in it.
It's coagulated.
So the massive jug of blood is
What the
like
fuck?
a lot for me right now, and I watch a lot of true crime. So you'd think I was down with all the creepy, but nope. Still want to vom watching that. I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but I'm longing for the raw vegan's token green juice right now. But in any case, let's talk about blood. So eating coagulated blood is actually quite common in some places of the world, so I'm gonna try really hard not to yum somebody's yum. However, generally it's mixed with salt, and then either cut into cubes or split with
What?
other meats and stuffed with cheese casings.
Then it wouldn't be
sausages.
coagulated.
Like blood sausage. I've had it before. I don't love it, but like I don't hate it. Now I'm sure a lot
What
of
does
you
that have to do
imagine
with
that people
drinking
who
raw
eat
blood?
and drink blood claim that it's a rich source of heme iron and can help prevent
It has
anemia.
every nutrient.
Now I'm not going to argue with that. Of course, blood is a great source of iron, but as you can see, and when you do, from all of the animal products this guy is eating in his day, iron is really not a nutrient of concern for him. Is there such thing as too much iron? Yes, theoretically, definitely. And iron
No
overload
proof.
can cause things like arthritis, cancer, heart problems, liver
Completely
problems,
made up.
diabetes even. But generally we see this from an excess of iron supplements or if you have an absorption disorder. Could it happen
Your
for
stupidity
food?
is
Possibly,
just
especially
funny.
if this guy is prone
So
to
ignorant.
overload.
It's crazy.
However, the body really tightly regulates how much iron is absorbed based on how much or how little is given. The bigger concern that I have is around food safety. So the WHO, or the World Health Organization, have found a few cases of bird flu that they specifically linked to people who consumed raw blood-based dishes. So definitely not something that I would want to contract.
What dishes? They wouldn't be raw anymore anyway. What is she even talking about? If an animal is healthy, then it's healthy. It has nothing.
Oh. Okay, that's enough. I know, it's enough. We're all cringing here. Yeah, nothing like
What's
cracking
cringy about
a
it?
sketchy bag of butter.
It's impossible
this is soured
not to
butter.
do that if you have a
So
beard.
basically, soured cultured butter is made kind of like sour cream or yogurt by taking butter and souring it with some kind of bacterial culture. Sounds like something I would find at some kind of like experimental Michelin star restaurant served with some fancy
That was
apples.
sour
So
cream.
I'm down with the concept. It's just like chunks of it like that.
It's not chunks,
like
it's liquid.
Really making my mouth water, and not in like a good mouth watering way, like when your mouth waters right before you're going to yak. So that's happening. That's fun right now. Also, like, for the love of all that is holy, can somebody just get this guy a napkin? It's getting like really, really grotesque. Savage.
Why would I
would be
use a
better name for
napkin
this guy.
before
It's-
finishing the food? It doesn't even
I'm
make
over it.
sense. Milk jar. You gotta show him this video.
Like, what kind of conversation is this? Whose enema is this? Like, what a classic response. It's not my enema, I'm just holding it for a friend. What the f?
Good old
Alright, I
milk
can
jar.
take an oyster. We all love a good oyster. A buckashuck, anyone? So I am so happy to be seeing that happening right now. I can actually like watch.
How the fuck is that different? It's also raw animal
and they're a great
food.
source of low-fat
Just-
protein to really balance out the like thick butter. So I'm gonna give him the stamp of approval for that. Okay, so
Alright.
obviously the oyster
Just doesn't make sense.
We got a little snack happening.
It's simply because society approves oysters, so you approve it. You're a sheep slave who just approves of anything that society approves of. How can you live without having your own opinion about something?
No, he's like eating it like a burrito in the back of a cab. Like, that is one way to kill your Uber rating right there. But also, can we talk about how effortlessly he is chewing through that raw duck breast, that raw fat? Like, what the f? Honestly, the thought of eating through that much raw fat reminds me of what it'd be like to eat through like a cheap foam-soled lip gloss.
Hmm?
No. Also, who says
It's very soft and there's not much of it.
a raw piece of
She doesn't even know what the duck looks like, it tastes like.
asking for salmonella poisoning. All right, so we're
Zero
back at
proof
home.
again, you just
We're
make
gonna
something
snack.
up. What the fuck is this?
2 cups
Like
of
a
cottage
joke, but
cheese,
it's
it
not.
looks like.
That's cottage cheese.
I love cottage cheese. I really do. It's a great high protein snack, but I'm not sure I could consume 2 cups in one go all by itself.
It also has a lot of fat.
Also, are like
And then you
foods a
say that
no-go
fat
on this
is bad.
diet because
Make
like,
up your
does
mind.
he have to be that savage? This is probably not the kind of guy you want to bring to like a fancy dinner party or your parents' house.
I don't want to go to
For a
fucking
lot of
fancy
reasons.
dinner parties
Yeah,
full
he
of
also
idiots.
seems to surround himself with a lot of like-minded people, like his friend Milk Jar.
Ah.
Milk, and blood, and an egg, and now the cottage cheese and honey. Yeah, that's all I had today.
That's all.
And then later I'm going to have the rest of my testicle.
No. Glad you're not eating your own testicles, bud. I don't know which these two guys are worse, but clearly Birds of avian blue feather flock together is what I'm gonna say about that. But you know, this guy's talking about his cottage cheese and
You're the worst
his
because you
steak
appeal to
and his
vegans,
honey and
but make
his
videos
eggs
like
and his
this.
bull testicle that he's got to come back to because
Choose a
that's a
side.
delicacy that you got to savor. Like, what the is this guy on Survivor? Is he trying to win a prize? What kind of day of eating is this?
Yeah, I get it. You're an actor and you want to get views,
I'm so full.
want to make some money. Yeah.
Why is cottage cheese so filling?
Because of the salt and the protein.
It's fat protein.
Salt?
No, you need
What?
cheese, no cottage cheese.
Cottage cheese has no salt. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. Come on.
I
Masterpiece.
really do think that art is subjective, but considering the swastika on this person's forehead, I will openly say that this is clearly anti-Semitic.
Oh, you no way.
Honestly, I was trying to have like an open heart and open mind with this guy.
God,
and
fuck off.
Everything he stands for, but quite frankly, this is really offensive.
You're so fucked up.
To end the day.
It sounds.
Yeah, I like it. 2 more of these, that will be it for today.
So, first of all, they're like double yolk eggs. It's like you can't just have normal eggs. You need to be extra fat because he hasn't had enough of that today. But the weird thing is he just put the shells in his pocket. Like, so strange. This man is so strange in some of his dietary and eating behaviors. It's just bizarre to me. But now I want to break it down and talk about the macros because there is a lot going on here. So for total calories, we're looking at about 2,300. And in terms of the macros, it's about...
She has no idea what I ate. This is all made up. It means
7%
nothing.
carbs and 26% protein. So not surprisingly, his macros
26% protein?
is definitely a little out of whack and unbalanced. He's consuming dangerously high
That's because she
levels of
thinks that I ate butter and
like really fatty duck breast,
added the wrong stuff.
yolk,
It wasn't just duck
ton of
fat ad.
butter. He's consuming
It's not even
minimal
worth
amounts
commenting
of
because
carbohydrates, less than 40 grams in a day.
just to make it clear, whatever she adds in Chronometer or wherever, firstly, as you could see, she wrote down the wrong stuff, which I didn't even eat. She didn't even understand what I was eating. And then, of course, Chronometer has studied specific food, and it has no idea, of course, what nutrients and what macronutrients my exact food had. So it's all very, very vague. It shouldn't be taken serious at all.
And his protein levels are within range, and he's consuming fairly good sources from things like eggs, the liver, and the cottage cheese as well. But macros tell a very small part of the whole story. So let's talk about what's lacking in his diet. Honestly, a heck of a lot.
Oh yeah? Okay.
If his diet looks like this every day,
I wanna hear this.
This guy is likely missing out on a lot of vitamins and minerals.
Okay.
Sure, he's probably not deficient in iron or B vitamins, but without any fruits or vegetables or whole grains, he's probably missing out on a ton of important fiber and, of course,
Fiber is not a
lot of
nutrient?
micronutrients as well. So
Okay, what micronutrients?
so first
This
of
I
all,
wanna hear.
I'd be particularly worried about a lot of the water-soluble vitamins and antioxidants like vitamin C.
Vitamin C, liver, spleen, all raw meat has vitamin C. What are you talking about? It's not even as if you need a lot of vitamin C when you don't eat sugar. So what does this mean? Where are all the micronutrients? I want to hear it.
Because I'm not seeing any fruits and vegetables going in right here. Also, he's potentially at risk of vitamin A toxicity and copper toxicity if he's consuming a lot
There's
of
no
organ
proof?
meats like liver on the daily. I also
Copper
want to pull up
toxicity
his blood
happens
test
when you
results,
eat
which
mostly
FYI is
plants.
really
Everybody
posted
understands this.
online. But anyways, let's
When you
see.
don't have the right
So
levels of
based on these results,
zinc,
he's
that's the
within
case with
range for the
vegans. What is she
markers he
talking
chose to
about?
test and disclose. However,
She
there
said a
are
lot of
other
micronutrients and only mentioned vitamin C.
get
What
a
the
better
fuck?
view or take on his overall
Just such a
health.
bullshitter.
Things like calcium, potassium, sodium, magnesium, and of course the most important, cholesterol. He mentioned in his blood test video that we would have to donate 50 euros in order to see his LDL cholesterol numbers, which I think
'Cause
is
it costs
kinda, like,
money.
super sketchy as But I would
does.
also really like to see his urea
In
nitrogen
Germany,
levels so that I can
everybody who
assess
lives in
his
Germany
liver
knows this.
function, considering he's consuming so much animal protein. We can only hope that this guy is adding some kind of multivitamin to his diet routine.
Are you
but
fucking kidding?
Like with most YouTubers, we don't hear anything about that.
For
Let's discuss
what?
the
You
elephant.
didn't mention anything that I
Is
could lack in.
eating raw meat
What
safe?
multivitamin?
Not really.
Why do you
So
say
compared
that?
with raw fish, raw meat specifically has types of bacteria in it that can cause food poisoning, specifically things like E. coli. Now, even in places
No
like
proof.
Japan, which are known for serving up like liver sashimi and other raw meat delicacies, the Japanese Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare demanded that people stop serving up raw liver, raw beef liver, because of so many cases, deadly cases of food poisoning. Now, of course, there are
Food-
ways to reduce your
Okay.
exposure and your risk of food.
Food poisoning, in every language, as far as I know, means the same. It always says the word poison because it comes from poison. It's not called food bacterium or something because all humans in all of history understood it comes from poisons, as in toxins. Of course, the liver, if the animal is unhealthy, will be toxic. That's why you get food poisoning. What's so hard to understand? There's never been any proof, ever, that bacteria or parasites, the boogeyman, has caused anything. Ever. She has no idea what she's talking about. It's so clear.
Poisoning, things like safe handling practices, using really good quality meats. The other question I'm probably going to get asked is raw meat more nutritious? No. I know raw carnivores will share sensationalized anecdotes about how much healthier it is to eat raw. However, there's no scientific evidence that there's any benefits to a raw meat diet. What we do know is that the more processed a meat product is, the higher the risk of cardiovascular disease and certain cancers. However, highly processed foods are not the same thing as cooked foods. These are two different concepts. So let's talk more about the cooked versus uncooked thing here, because this guy seems to think that cooking ruins the nutritional properties of food, and I want to unpack
Yeah,
that
that's
a
been
little
proven in
bit.
studies.
When you cook meat, some of the enzymes are deactivated at a certain temperature, and raw food advocates claim that this can lead to enzyme deficiency. However, this does not actually make that much sense because our body
I don't
has
claim
its
that.
own enzymes that we use to digest food, and we don't rely on the enzymes in food to digest it and do it for us. What I can say is that there are some nutrients that are depleted by cooking. Things
Right.
like vitamin C or B vitamins can get
Right,
leached
B12,
into
vitamin
water,
D,
and for
that's
that
all
reason,
been
we
proven.
recommend fast cooking methods, things like steaming or stir
No,
frying.
any
to
kind
get
of
the biggest
cooking.
nutrient bang for your buck. On the flip side,
The
there
protein's
are vegetables
destroyed
and
by any kind of
nutrients that
cooking.
are
That's been
actually
proven.
enhanced by cooking. Things like carrots, tomatoes, peppers, spinach, all of these have enhanced antioxidants when they're cooked versus when they're raw. When it comes
Antioxidants are
specifically to raw
toxic.
meat, Harvard researchers
Stupid.
actually found that cooked meat actually supplies more energy to the body than raw meat. So move along, raw carnivores.
Oh, absolute
Move
bullshit. I
along.
made a video
Should
about this.
anybody
I'll
actually
link
be
it.
eating this much
I'm gonna
animal
explain
product?
it again.
Well, research over the years has shown that increasing the amount of plant-based foods in your diet and reducing the amount of animal products in your diet can help reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and
Zero
all-cause
proof.
mortality.
She's
So in short,
blabbering.
I would say no. Now, next I want to talk about digestion. Not to get any more graphic than we already have in this video, but I would not want to be in the same house as this guy when he takes a dump. Cooking tends to make food.
Alright, if there's any vegan watching or anybody who eats a lot of plants, it's literally the opposite. Everybody who eats even only cooked meat, but especially raw meat, knows this. You don't have bloating, you don't have gas, you don't stink. You eat any kind of plants, they're indigestible and you stink. You fart all the time, when you go to the toilet it stinks a lot. If you go to the toilet after a vegan, it will smell incredibly, and after her too, for sure. If you only eat meat, there's no smell, nothing. That is the truth, and people don't understand this. It's just a lie. She has no idea what she's talking about because she has never tried eating only raw meat, so she's talking out of ignorance. It's really something that people should understand. Raw meat eaters don't smell whatsoever because that's how naturally humans are supposed to be. You're not supposed to smell and fart.
A lot easier on our digestive system because it means it's easier to chew, which in turn makes it easier to digest, and that will cut back on gas and bloating. This guy also has legit no fiber
Raw
in
meat
his
is the
diet,
easiest
so
to
I can
digest
only
food,
imagine how
the
many magazines he
softest.
probably goes through as bathroom reading
Absolute
material every single day.
ignorance.
Finally, I want to talk about this guy's philosophy. So in the past, we've reviewed other vegan YouTubers, What I Eat in a Days, and these YouTubers tend to be really aggressive in their own food philosophies and shame other people who don't follow along as hardcore as them. But what about people like Godis, especially with what we know about the environment? Eating this way would require you to eat a ton of meat every single day, which not only
It's the best
has
for the
health
environment.
implications and is very expensive, but also can be
Doesn't have to be
super damaging
expensive.
to our environment. The
It's
point
not
is,
your life.
Minions have spawned.
What's up, everybody? I'm going to review what Eat, Move, Rest eats in a day. Her and her baby.
Good morning, you guys. So it is early Sunday morning.
This is not to offend her, but her skin looks like that of a corpse.
So
It really doesn't
it's
look
time
right.
for a What I Eat in a Day, Mommy and Me edition.
At least the baby isn't vegan. I'm not sure if that is what I think it is. If she is trying to help her baby to learn how to walk, then that's a really bad idea, because it will actually impair the development. Really bad parenting already. Babies will do everything naturally as they are supposed to. There's no need to help in any way.
So, if you guys know, I do have a 9-month-old Max, Dusty and I do, and he has been eating solids since 6 months old, so it's time to share a little bit about what he eats, what we eat together. So he kind of broke out in tears and we had to do a little late night FaceTime.
The fake
with
teeth
Dusty.
shine through.
We made it through.
Even though the
and
lighting is so dark.
So these probiotics are the only ones we take. They are the top of the line. Only one I would recommend. We heard about them from the Rich Roll
A
podcast.
black pill?
So it is actually both a probiotic and a prebiotic in one.
Say
It's actually called a
50%.
Symbiotic.
Oh,
For that
wow,
reason,
okay.
You guys can get 15% off with discount code EatMoveRest. I will put the link in the description below. Be sure to
Alright,
check
I'll
these
get
out.
it
I will
after
take
the
one in
video.
morning and
Thank
one
you.
before I eat any food, along with my warm water.
Chia seeds, of course. Is that kale?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Okay, all that I see are goitrogenic leaves and fructose. What exactly is the point of doing this? I don't get it. Could you explain? Not for the baby also, right? Oh my god. Oh no, wow, you're crazy. I can't even watch. Why would you give? Oh, why would you give a baby kale?
Smoothies are done.
Or was it Swiss chard? Something like that. It's the same pretty much. It's extremely toxic.
I love Sun Warrior protein. So I usually add this to our smoothies, but being that I am now sharing with Max, I've decided I'm going
Oh.
to start adding it in a separate shake right before or after.
Just so you understand, the only reason the baby drinks it is because you covered it up with tons of sugar. Babies would never eat green leaves. It goes completely against every natural human sense.
I've been using the natural blend lately and loving it. And
She
also
looks so
using the
extremely
collagen blend.
anorexic.
I've got the link below. You guys can use the discount code EatMoveRest for 20%.
That's why I
off.
use her in Epitome.
Love Sun Warrior. It is incredible, but for a little baby whose
The
liver
eyes.
and kidneys are still growing
What
and
is that?
developing, protein powder probably isn't the best idea. Before we take
Wake
off,
up, what are you doing to yourself?
So these
And your
are what I've
baby.
been taking since pregnant and while breastfeeding. My Kind Organics prenatal multi. I just take one, even though you're supposed to take 3 a day. because I get so much just from fruits and veggies, so I just take one as a safeguard. I also do the...
What do you get from fruits and veggies? Fruits and vegetables are the least nutritious foods there are. Plants in general are the least nutritious foods. Animal organs are the most nutritious. It's what all breastfeeding women in nature eat. Before you're pregnant, after you're pregnant, you give it to your baby. It's what everybody eats in nature. This doesn't make any sense.
Sun Warrior Omega-3, which has vegan DHA and EPA, which can be hard to come by. And then these...
It's not hard to
I've
come
been
by, it's
taking
impossible,
for
it's
so
fake.
long. Vitamin D3 and B12, regardless of whether you're vegan or not.
Yummy.
I recommend getting these in your diet. Oh, and one Brazil nut a day for selenium.
Oh, how many times have I heard that?
So you killed that whole smoothie. Tell me, how was it? Should we go get some veggies at the market? Yeah.
He doesn't understand what you're saying. She says, shall we get some veggies at the market? Why not give the baby a choice? Put a piece of meat and some veggies in front of the baby, and you will see what he will choose.
Are you ready?
Looks
We are
lifeless.
taking it home from the market. I will say it's a lot more difficult to do anything without Dusty by my side. We usually go to the market
His
together,
skin tone
but
doesn't look right.
we made it out alive. I've got my hands full. Can't wait to show you guys what all we got. He sleeps like a rock. Praise the Lord. I got a whole bunch of cherry tomatoes, which are honestly nature's candy. They are always my favorite.
What?
Just a couple sweet potatoes because I have.
How is it
already.
nature's candy when they are completely unnatural?
Some sweet peppers.
There's no
orange
such
and
thing in
yellow
nature.
varieties.
What?
Love those on salads. I'm gonna make a huge garden fresh salad for you guys later today. Fuller, more earthy flavor, but like just
I
so
can't
much
get
more
over how
carroty.
bad she looks.
So much more genuine and authentic carrot. I got some curly
Is
kale.
that why she
Love
films
the
in
business
such
soup.
lighting?
It's half off of the organic broccoli microgreens for spending over $5, which I most
Your
certainly
thyroid
did.
is already
So
destroyed.
we're gonna make an epic salad.
You should stop.
But for now, it's time for a pre-workout snack, and I'm gonna go in the garage gym and work out. I wanted to go for an outdoor run. Didn't really work that well on the way home from the market, but we'll see.
In your condition, the last thing you should be doing is working out. You look like you should be resting the whole day. Kiwis are super oxalate rich.
Max is still sleeping, so...
Why do you have a hat inside? Are you still cold?
Kiwi nectarine banana bowl pre-workout because I like to fuel up with carbohydrates.
The baby is getting milk. Raw milk.
Are you ready? You finally are ready to eat. Oh boy, what are you gonna start with? You've got so many goodies. Oh, my favorite too. Can't go wrong with a nanner, can ya? Share with mama?
Okay, the baby will eat anything that you give it because it is starving. Obviously your breast milk is not very nutritious. You're getting the baby addicted to sugar. That's all that you're doing. There's no nutrients to speak of that the baby needs. Nothing. There's absolutely no point in giving a baby man-made fruit, which has never existed in nature. No tribes, nobody who lives in nature has ever had access to this because it just doesn't exist. It's not what a baby is supposed to eat.
Oh, that's a messy one.
I don't do subtle.
So here is my stash. You can see it gets a lot more yellow. Yellow, golden is good. That means there's lots of good, healthy fats for baby. And
Wow. Those are animal fats. You just admitted that animal fats are healthy for humans. Wow. How delusional are you? And does she actually really freeze the milk? Wow, that's terrible. That's way worse than... What?
breastfeeding has seriously become like a real passion of mine, which I didn't expect it to. But if you guys want to hear more about breastfeeding, let me know in the links below. I've got all kinds of tips and tricks.
Ugh. You're burning the last body fat that you have left. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Okay, just finished my workout and changed the baby, made a post-workout smoothie.
Post.
So wild blueberries, cherries, bananas, a whole scoop of natural Sun Warrior blend, and then also a scoop of maki powder, which is extremely high in antioxidants. So all about that recovery. Quick tip, these are vegan, homemade Girl Scout caramel delights, or they're also called Samoas. And I even made some without cacao for Maxie. You want to try? Kid and baby friendly. They're so good. They're just
friendly.
Dates, some spices.
How?
What else did I put in there? Well, I guess
Who cares?
So this is pretty much what our shelves usually look like. Any open space on anything where you can set something is usually occupied by a banana trying to ripen. These make great dog treats. Bo loves them.
What?
Here. So I'll just put them in a bowl.
What? Vegan dog food even? What is this? She's starving her dog and her baby. What? What's the mentality of vegans that they want to feed a vegan diet to carnivores? You want to push it onto everybody. Why?
And it helps them to eat healthy. Oh, you already found one? Look at you go.
A dog would never eat it, except if it's starving. That's way too much fiber.
I take cornstarch.
You gotta imagine how it comes out. No, actually don't imagine that.
So I'm gonna make some kind of like curry dish, red lentil dish, which you guys all know we love ethnic cuisine. So I'm looking forward to seeing it come together, and also looking forward to leftovers tomorrow night because Max has swim lessons in the evening. No need for oil. Pop them in as is. You might want to flip these halfway through.
Why don't you just eat them as is, raw?
So baby libation is not the only form of feeding that we do with Max. As you guys may have seen, we did a smoothie this morning, and we do some purees and things like this messy, sloppy lentil curry I'm making tonight. It just makes more sense to spoon feed as opposed to let him make a mess of it, because he doesn't tend to like feed himself that kind of stuff. Now that being said, if it's like berries or pieces of fruit or sweet potatoes or maybe even avocado, things that are a little bit more formed, he definitely can and will feed himself, but it still ends up mostly on the floor. It's just comes with the territory of weaning or introducing solids, I should say, because we're still primarily breastfeeding. Speaking of, it is time for him to eat again. I always nurse right before he eats any solids. And I was going to do chickpeas, but we don't have any, so it'll be okay without it. We've got plenty of iron in the lentils, which is super important for mamas and babies. Keep that iron up. It's really easy to become anemic no matter what diet you're on.
No,
So lots
it's
of lentils,
impossible to
brown
become
rice,
anemic
also be great.
if you eat raw meat.
Cauliflower is
Impossible.
awesome, and can't live a day without my sweet
It's also not a
potatoes. Who else
diet
loves
then,
sweet
because
potato
diets are
train?
man-made.
Leave me a
You
comment
just eat
below.
naturally.
Add maybe about a tablespoon and a half.
Also, what she said is
Is
stupid.
salt-free,
It's full of
as
anti-nutrients.
is
You can't even
curry
absorb the
powder, but
iron.
This is just the perfect blend. It's so good. Going salt-free is important. If
Everything
you have high
that
blood
every
pressure,
vegan
don't worry
eats
too much
is
about
so
it,
good.
but being that I'm feeding an infant, it's really important with little tiny babies that are under a year old that you kind of watch the salt intake, so no added sodium is really necessary because, again, their livers and their kidneys can't really process sodium or refined proteins or anything too processed in general. So Max has only eaten whole foods, only eaten vegan foods, and again, steering clear of refined sugar and added salts. So just something to keep in mind. A little bit's not going to hurt.
That has
but
nothing
just
to do
really
with
be conscious of it,
sodium.
and it can also be more
Salt is a
helpful
rock.
for you
No
as
human
well.
should
So
eat it.
now you can easily spoon the seeds out of the middle. I eat the skins on these.
Why?
Those. Perfect. You say, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Now you do it, okay? Go. Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
I also don't get this. Nothing in Christianity implies that humans should be vegan. Obviously, it's needless to say. But the Bible is even about eating meat. Jesus said to drink the blood and eat fish and everything. The word bread, I've made a video about it, used to mean meat. It was the word that everybody used to describe their food. That's why meat comes from me eat. It's just put together. That's what everybody eats in nature. Strange.
Amen. So here's what we've got. We've got our curried red lentils. We've got our brown rice, our roasted sweet potatoes, and roasted delicata squash. These things, no joke, you guys, taste like sugar cookies mixed with a hint of popcorn.
Is that good?
So here is Max's. He is just chomping at the bit. Are you ready to pig out and chow down? So I gave him a little bit of avocado left over from the other half of mine from earlier from lunch since he was napping. So those healthy fats are super important, especially for babies and kids.
Then it was animal fat, now avocado is healthy fat.
You just gotta plop it right in, don't ya? Good job! Are you eating cauliflower?
The baby is gonna get leaky gut by the age of 2. If she continues. Absolute child abuse.
What? What is that?
Starving dog and starving baby.
Alright, you guys, so thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this What Me and My Vegan Baby Eat in a Day video.
What?
So if you want to see more,
He's not vegan if he gets raw milk. What?
comments below.
Okay, I'm going to assume that because of her deficiencies, she's just not living in reality anymore. She called her baby vegan, which it obviously isn't. Is getting cholesterol, the fat-soluble vitamins, whatever is left in her. It's raw milk. It's no different than cow's or goat's milk, except that some nutrients are a little bit higher, some are lower, but it's essentially the same. There's never going to be such a thing as a vegan since birth. There's some vegetarians who call themselves vegan, who even eat fish, and then there's the ones who really only eat eggs and drink dairy. But veganism got popular in 2010. There were only very few vegans before that. There were some parents who now try to only feed their babies plants, and you have seen the news. They died, or at 2 years old, they looked like they were 1 month old, because nothing in the human body is going to develop. It is biochemically impossible to feed a baby only plants. It is child abuse by every definition. It is unnatural, it's unsustainable, it's unhealthy, it's completely wrong. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, I'm going to review what Annika Boren eats in a day.
Pip's being a whiny girl, so she's gonna come in the intro. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel.
Her skin looks really weird.
I hope you guys are doing well.
Like a combination of
It is
jaundice
Tuesday,
and
the day
anemia.
after Monday, Thanksgiving, in Canada at least, if you're not from Canada. And, it's 1 o'clock. Actually past 1 o'clock, which is bad. I'm kind of a wreck right now. I haven't washed my hair in like 5 days. I'm on antibiotics. Today's my last day of antibiotics for my bronchitis. My rib is still cracked. Hi. Oh, I don't know if it's...
Okay, this has nothing to do with veganism, and I don't know what she's going through, but antibiotics are not going to help anybody ever in a million years. They simply destroy everything that is alive in your body, all the microorganisms. The only reason it seems that it helps is because it reduces inflammation. It hides the symptom. You have inflammation for a different reason. It has nothing to do with microorganisms or anything.
I can't work out because of my injured rib. I don't feel great, and you're also not supposed to drink on antibiotics, and I've been drinking on antibiotics. I also am going to... Now, what should I have?
A smoothie?
Kind of hard. Oh my god, the pumpkin pie. Shit. Get that out of my sight. Maybe I should make a smoothie. Okay, yeah, I'll make a smoothie. So the first thing in my smoothie, banana. Chopped kale.
I can't anymore.
Just did a glob of natural peanut butter. So I've heard cinnamon
What is this?
Some frozen strawberries. I don't want it to be chocolatey, but I don't really have any good vanilla protein right now. This is the Vega all-in-one shake. I'm just gonna add a little... Okay, Pippi, one sec. I'm just gonna add a little bit. Coconut water.
You're so far removed from nature and reality.
It did not make very much, and it looks really gross, but...
Yeah.
Taste test.
Yummy. Sugar.
It's not horrific. Like, I'll drink it. Also, every day before I eat, I try to drink a full thing of this cup of water.
You try to drink it?
My 4 pills.
Don't
that I take
force
every
yourself.
day by Alani Nu. It's called like these balanced pills. They're supposed to help out with your hormones. It hasn't even been a month yet, so I can't tell you how they're working so far, but I'll keep you updated. But yeah, I take 4 every morning with my meal, and I'm having more water. I'm gonna need more food soon because that was obviously so small. Even though there was like a lot of stuff in it, I don't know, just...
God, she looks sick.
So, for the longest time, I would use like a men's deodorant just because it lasted so long. I never had to worry at all about smelling. And it smelled really good. It made me smell really good, but like, those deodorants are so bad for you. You've probably heard of like aluminum, and it like clogs your pores in your armpits.
Needless to say, but it's not natural to smell. If you would eat your natural diet, which is raw meat, then you would not have a smell that will put off people. Of course, if you eat man-made plants full of toxins, which you then have to detox through your skin, the sweat, then of course you will stink. That's what they smell.
So you don't sweat, and that's going directly, like, your pores are like a gateway into your skin, right? So thank you to Native for sponsoring this video. Free of aluminum, paraben, sulfates. It's vegan and cruelty-free, duh. It's a given. I would not work with them if they weren't. There's simple ingredients like coconut oil and shea butter, and coconut oil is not good for your face, so don't get it twisted. That can cause like breakouts and stuff, but on skin like your armpits, it's totally fine. It's actually nourishing. They create other stuff as well. They do like teen deodorants and toothpastes and body wash and soap, but I just...
What's with these gestures all the time?
So you can mix it up every day.
Super nervous, nerve damage.
Plus, I'm gonna give you 20% off, you're welcome. And they ship free. My sister tested it on her arms, and she gets...
Why do you need 1 million cuts?
Nothing, like she got no
This is just absolute brain damage.
Literally using my code.
This is what I'm watching.
But yeah, the code for the Build Your Own deodorant is Annika20. Just follow the link. It's easy. And stop smelling horrible. Like me. I'm ready to head out. I'm just gonna grab some headphones. There's literally no food that I want at home, which is bad. I know, like, I shouldn't buy food, but there's legit nothing I want. So I'll get something when I'm out because I'm getting really hungry because all I've freaking had today is a smoothie.
What a train wreck.
Okay, so before I talk to you guys, I have to eat because I'm so hungry, but I got these sweet potato noodles with like tamari and veggies and olive oil. It's huge, by the way.
All I see is fiber and sugar.
Okay, so this might be the weirdest, grossest looking like lunch ever. Okay, so I finished like 95% of the noodles. And now I'm having a vegan pot pie, mashed potatoes, and a vegan hot dog. So
Clearly, as all vegans, she craves meat. That's why she eats the fake sausage. What's the point? If you want to eat a plant-based diet, a vegan diet, whatever, then you should eat plants. If you believe that you are naturally herbivorous or anything even close to that, then all of the plant should appeal to you, in its raw form of course. But instead they eat processed junk all day long. The noodles have nothing, no nutrients to speak of, completely pointless to eat them. Mashed potatoes again, sugar. The sausage, absolutely toxic.
random, but I just haven't eaten much today and I know I need to eat more. And I have ketchup here. I'm already full, but I'm gonna force myself to eat this. I'm a horrible role model, but whatever. So I'm very full.
It's not normal to add ketchup to your food. It should taste good naturally, but it doesn't. Vegan food just doesn't.
I was just sitting on the couch like, I'm going to Mexico in 2 days. Like, I'm not gonna work out there at all. I'm not gonna be able to work out tomorrow because I have a lot to do because it's the last day before I go.
You look like you should gain some weight and rest instead of working
I
out.
to do a light leg workout.
Borderline
If I'm in a lot of
anorexic.
pain, I'll stop, but I just want to try, and I miss working out so much.
Okay, what goes through your head when you see your so-called food, in this case the noodles, and want to put a sauce over it because it obviously doesn't taste good? At best it tastes like nothing. And then the nutritional yeast, because of course you used to eat noodles with cheese and now you try to imitate it to give it a cheesy flavor. But of course it's absolute nonsense and it's not nutritional whatsoever. Cheese would be, it would have the fat soluble vitamins. Okay, if it's cooked it's somewhat destroyed, but still it would have way more than any vegan food out there. Also, the tomato sauce is supposed to imitate blood. Yes, you are still the same natural human being, you always will be, and your natural sense will never change. This is why we want to eat food that has the color red. It reminds us of meat and blood.
So it's a bit later now, and I'm just in bed, tired.
Yet another delusional vegan trying to imitate animal foods all day long. Because that's what she really wants to eat. All vegans want to eat meat, dairy, eggs. This is why all of these companies make these fake animal foods. They want your money. They know that you're starving because plants don't have over 50 nutrients. Your body wants those nutrients, and this is why it tries to somehow make you eat those foods, but of course you're so brainwashed that you don't realize that by imitating the foods you're not actually getting any of them. It's absolute mental illness. She's a victim, but she's also spreading it. Thanks for watching. Alright, what's up? I'm going to review what No Egg Craig eats in a day.
I was not planning on doing a video today, but I got partway through my yoga practice and I was like, you know what? I should just
Isn't yoga for girls?
I'm a little bit busy. I actually have some work to do today and I'm really, really grateful that I actually can still go to work. I mean, other than just doing this YouTube channel, I work on the Hercules Candy YouTube channel. So I'm going in to shoot a video there today. And like I said, I just finished my yoga for the day, and I've been really, really liking doing yoga, like one of the first things in the morning. Today was not definitely one of the first things because I have this like blessing / curse. I think it's like mostly a curse. Where like, so I wake up pretty much every day. I wake up and I'm not groggy. Like doesn't matter when I wake up. So I don't really ever need coffee. I just like I feel fine when I wake up. But the curse is that I am a very light sleeper and I wake up at like 6 a.m. to like go to the bathroom, and now I'm just up for the day, even if I only have like 5 hours of sleep.
How is that in any way a blessing? Of course it's a curse because your adrenals are messed up. Hello? What? Also, if you will see an up close shot of his face, and you will see that he has some of the worst dark eye circles you will ever see. It's insane.
Can't go back to sleep. So it's like, it's kind of like I said, a blessing and a curse. I don't know if I like it or not. I think a lot of people who stay at home a lot of the time, like myself, just like the option to go out and do things with people. And then once that's taken away, like it's really tough. Even though you're not leaving the house any more than not leaving the house any less than you used to, but you just don't have the option anymore. Like that's kind of just sucks. But I've been trying to
Typical
find new
vegan,
hobbies
social
indoors,
anxiety, and
I've
so on.
been more likely to do yoga now because of this. I have been doing a lot of Raisin Bran recently. That's been like my go-to breakfast. Raisin Bran and a banana. Okay, so what I also like to do a lot of times is I like to kind of mix my cereals. So I have Raisin Bran here, and then I bought this Fall Harvest. I thought it was gonna be cereal. It's more like granola. Because the bags, okay, this is how big the bags are for Raisin Bran. Like this.
Absolutely horrible. This is starvation food for the slaves. The people who make this laugh at you guys who actually eat it. There's nothing there. It's literally just sugar, phytic acid, and other anti-nutrients. It's supposed to destroy your gut. That's how they were designed by nature. Those are seeds. You're not supposed to eat them. Look at the package. What are you doing?
It will last, like,
wow.
Having both bags will probably last me like 2 weeks. Like it's like a bag a week or so.
And it's super cheap also, huh?
Are tiny. So I've been sort of mixing them in, and I actually kind of like the combination. Although next time, just for cost's sake, I'll probably just stick to the Raisin Bran. But I've got it now, so I'm doing probably mostly Raisin Bran and a little of this, and
all grains are super cheap compared to meat
what I was saying.
because they want you to eat them.
I've been getting more into reading. I actually bought a Kindle. Anyway, I'm going to chop up this banana in my cereal, eat it, and
some fake milk,
maybe do a little bit
from what I could see, and sugar and fiber. That's the banana. It's just nothing.
I slaved over this cereal. As it turns out, I don't have enough time.
This will make you sick, that's it.
But I thought I would just go over what I've been doing journaling-wise, and by the way, I really like this journal. It's a faux leather.
I hate my life.
It's got this strap thing to keep it shut all the time, and it has this bookkeeper.
I don't want to wake up anymore. That's what he blurred out.
Sort of like a log.
His face is so weird.
But it's like very unique time, and it's honestly gonna go down in
the
history.
sunken eyes.
It would be really cool for you to have.
Cool. Disgusting. I can't stand looking at noodles, it just makes me want to gag. Oh yeah, more, okay, sure.
This looks really good. I think I'm probably gonna have to talk pretty quick.
It doesn't look any good whatsoever, nobody will agree with you. Even vegans would probably not agree for the most part. And also, there's just no nutrients in there. Again, it's pretty much the breakfast again. The noodles are made out of seeds, it's sugar, phytic acid, other anti-nutrients, you're destroying your gut again. This is why you can't sleep, you're obviously starving. It's a typical sign of starvation. You're eating malnutrition. The beans also are super toxic, okay? Then you cook them, destroy some of the toxins, because if you would eat them raw then you would literally die. The beans are also fiber and some sugar. That's what carbohydrates are.
Quick, because I am getting hangrier by the minute, because today did not go exactly how I wanted it to go.
There's just no way that he will enjoy this.
Tried to go to Hercules.
It's just impossible.
I'm going to call AAA after I eat, because I don't want to call them when I'm hangry. So I'm going to eat this, and then I'll get around to cleaning and stuff. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that little ASMR.
Hangry means that you're so angry because of hunger. That's impossible if you eat your natural diet of raw meat and fat. You can go many hours or the whole day without feeling that because you're nourished. When you eat this, you get nothing out of it. Obviously, even by eating it, your gut is already irritated, which will also make you angry. It's just a permanent bad mood, always. That's why vegans are so terrible to be around.
So we'll see how this tastes. Pretty good. It's
yeah.
minestrone soup from Wegmans. Last time I was at the grocery store, I was like, you know what? I know there's gonna be some times when I'm just like, I'm hangry right now and I need to eat now. I kind of have time to make some food, so I got some canned soup. It's as good as canned soup. And I just add some noodles because
Some nice heavy metal poisoning from the can, of course. Clever.
280 calories. So plus this, I don't know. Enough to make
The calories are irrelevant, you can't even digest
Round two
it.
of pasta. I ran out of soup, that's the word. Yeah.
Of course, some
So I had
redness
sauce.
to try and imitate meat, that's what
And
this is
I
all
am
about
watching-
anyway.
What is this called? I'm not okay.
Noodles in general are slave food. That's where it comes from. Slaves used to make it when they had no meat. And now this idiot eats it just like that, without even thinking.
I had to really drag myself out of the house. I'm gonna go do some sprints, but it's just one of those days. I just wasn't really feeling it, but I also know that if
Why would
I
you
only
exercise,
go for a run, if I only lift, I only do
even
yoga, I'm
sprint,
when I really want to do it,
when your adrenals are already pretty much dead?
force myself out of the
And
house.
look at yourself, man.
This is the workout I made.
Why would you run? You're pretty much dying. That's how you look like.
It's not that bad,
What is
and I
that? You're
so I
dying.
guess I'm more likely to do it.
It's not even
So
a
I just,
joke.
Jogged over here, and then I just did a little bit of some dynamic stretching, a little bit of speed drills, just to like kind of warm myself up. And then I will come
Funny
back to this
guy.
tree, and I will start sprinting by the time I get to this pole, and I'll sprint to this telephone.
No
pole,
animal in
down here,
nature,
and I'll
yes,
just walk
also
back.
humans,
Like I said, I'll walk back all
they
the way back
don't
to the street, and
run
I'll do kind
for
of like a little
no
jog start, so I get
reason.
to here and then sprint, and
You run if you gotta run away from an animal or you're hunting it. That's it. You don't just run, then go home and eat a vegan diet, which no human in nature would ever eat. It just makes no sense because you're not replenishing anything, you're not repairing your body after the damage of sprinting. It's so absolutely stupid.
But that really seemed to help everything feel a lot better. So anyway, I gotta jog home now.
Nice
and
black
it's gonna
metal
make dinner
background.
For me and Kara. At least she'll probably do some too. She usually eats dinner.
I think that was oil. Cooking in plant oils is pretty dumb.
Whoops.
This guy just eats seeds all day long. This is one of the worst vegan varietans days I've ever seen. At least some of them eat a lot of fruit, which doesn't destroy your gut as much anyway. But this is just torture. As you could see, he had a lot of spices to the asparagus.
Hot stickers
Of course,
are
because
done.
he can't stand the
These
taste.
just shriveled way the heck up.
Look.
Those are here at 425 for I think 20-ish.
They're completely burned. You can't even recognize them. That's what all vegans do when it comes to eating vegetables or any kind of green plants. They hate the taste so much that they gotta season it and cook it to death. That's absolute mental illness because you're literally admitting in front of everybody, I don't like that, I don't want to eat it, so let's do that.
But they're all shriveled up, but they taste pretty good.
Alright, so how are the dumplings? Because that's the...
You can't even taste them anymore.
That's part of it,
Good. I feel like they could be more flavorful.
yeah.
No.
They're good for frozen dumplings.
Trader Joe's has really good ones.
Again, typical, everything that you eat as a vegan, you gotta dip in some sauce or anything because your so-called food, naturally, because it's completely unnatural, doesn't taste like anything at best, and most of the time it tastes terrible because you're tasting the toxins in the seeds and the vegetables. Your body says, stop, don't put this in my body. So then you start thinking, oh, I could cook it a lot, create a crust, maybe somehow it will remind me of meat, add spices that I used to use for meat, anything at all that will remind you of eating the foods that you used to eat, animal foods. And of course, if you would actually go back to your natural diet and eat them raw, then you would realize that all food tastes perfect as it is naturally. I haven't used spices for anything since I started eating raw meat. Because you never feel like you need any extra taste or to cover up the taste because what you eat tastes perfect already and that's how it is. with any animal in nature. It's just not your natural diet, obviously.
Everyone's obviously at restaurants.
And Beyond Sushi. Those are the best ones I've ever had. Yeah.
You don't eat any of the so-called food raw.
Yeah. Yeah.
When
like,
you're,
you get
when
a
you're
lot.
hungry, it doesn't really matter.
I think it's like $8 for like all that.
More red
It's
sauce.
a lot.
What a mental
It's
case.
for 2 people, and we're still gonna have leftovers. But yeah, so I mean, I think these were a little bit overcooked, but it's just a little crispy.
Yeah, because they don't taste like asparagus anymore.
I'm like, wait till he tries it.
Through all of this right now because that's
There
what
you
I'm
go,
looking for when
a
I
more
go
up
to YouTube.
close
I wanna
video.
Be entertained and forget about everything.
Oh boy.
And I also want to just see
Those
other people
eyes.
going through the same thing. And
Crazy.
I also, if I find something cool, maybe every Friday at 3 p.m. doing a live stream of me cooking or baking something.
Clearly this guy is starving like everybody else and creating a million recipes. Why would you create a live stream making banana bread? Making all of this weird stuff which has no connection whatsoever to natural food. The only reason you do it, and the only reason any vegans watch him doing that, is because they are starving too, and they want to somehow fill their nutritional deficiencies, but of course they can't, because no recipe you will ever make will fulfill you, will make you satisfied or anything close to that. It's impossible, because plants don't have over 15 nutrients. And anything that is cooked has pretty much nothing whatsoever. The only thing you will get from cooked so-called vegan food are carbohydrates, sugar. Even the mainstream says that sugar is unhealthy, but of course vegans don't understand that carbohydrates are also sugar. It's literally the same. All of the stuff he ate today was sugar. He ate tons of sugar. That's it, with pretty much no micronutrients. Sure, you could get some potassium, magnesium, let's say, some leftovers in there. But then you've got anti-nutrients which bind to them, plus you've got fiber which interferes with the absorption and digestion of the food. That's the purpose of fiber. The only thing you will get is some sugar and a ruined digestive tract at the end of the day. Essentially, this is just a sign of depression, because you wouldn't spend your day making food, as if that was even possible, let alone thinking about it. There's only natural food. There's no way to create anything new. You grab a beef heart, put it in your mouth, eat it, and you're done, because you're satiated. You don't think about it all of the time. Thanks for watching. Hey, I'm going to watch what Ruby Kranger, no idea who she is, eats in a day.
Welcome back to another university vlog. So I'm going to be doing a productive day in my life / what I eat in a day today.
She has some kind of
Today I'm
eczema
going to a
here.
vegan festival, with my friend Casey, who I'm sharing a house with next year. So both of us are vegan.
Probably a damaged gut.
We have a very
That's because
basic
of all the
diet.
anti-nutrients and
I've been
toxins in
having this
plants.
pretty much every day. It's like
There you go, on point.
It's like special
This is what
cake
creates
with
leaky gut. This is why you have this.
dried raspberries and
It's fucked up because she probably has no idea and thinks
it's pretty good.
that she should use some creams or who knows what. Ah, boy. Almond milk?
So this is basically just
It's around 2% almond. And it's good, it's not more, because it would be super toxic and you would die from it if it was anything close to 90%, obviously. It wouldn't even work. It's mostly toxins, 98%. Water with toxins. That's an absolute scam that they call it almond milk. It has nothing to do with almond.
I
It's a
didn't
joke.
put much fruit in because, as I said, I'm leaving soon. But I'm going to add some fresh blueberries. Just to finish it up, I like to add some peanut butter. This is something that I try and have. I try and have like good peanut butter in my own. This might be really silly. I just really
Pretty silly, yeah. Because you crave animal fat.
I get some nuts and some protein in my
Yeah.
breakfast.
You eat seed sludge instead. Pretty fucking silly. Yeah.
I just don't tend to get almond butter. And then I add the milk over the top, and it's quite a lot of
Cravings for milk. Super, super typical.
So that is my finished breakfast. Doesn't look too appetizing, but it's delicious. It's a really, really good breakfast, really filling.
Feeding anti-nutrients to little kids.
That is inhibiting.
It's always a bunch of junk food, sugar at these events.
Okay, so I'm just gonna have some lunch now.
The fuck was that?
A little bit whilst we
She
have
destroying the microbes on her hands?
blueberry and lavender. Okay, so I got this 2 frittatas. So this first one is a minestrone frittata,
Oh.
which looks
Oh.
delicious. And I also got this.
That really seems super
which is a
disgusting.
sagaloo frittata. I love sagaloo. It's my favourite Indian dish. From Holland and Barrett, I picked up some of my favourite biscuits, which are these mixed berry oat biscuits. From the vegan market again,
Oh.
donuts were my favourite sweet treat before I
Just
went
thinking about eating that.
and they had donuts. So I got this one, which is an apple custard crumble donut. It smells delicious, and I really want to eat it now, but I'm going to save it. And then lastly, we went to M&S, and I got some vegan coleslaw. Basically, thinking of kind of all about how amazing the plant-based vegan food at M&S is. So I decided to get this coleslaw, which she said was incredible, and also some sweet potato falafel. And I also was going to get this.
What is this
Later
plant
on together,
kitchen
there's
shit?
this really good cream
Just to
cheese
promote
like
veganism even more in the UK?
I'm so excited to try it. I didn't actually really like
She really looks like somebody who should be eating meat more than other
I
vegans.
just never really liked the idea of eating egg.
An ally has been slain.
How is that vegan? Oh my gosh.
If you say that, you indirectly admit that foods with animal ingredients taste good. Stupid.
I can't work out how I feel about that. It's got the texture of potato, and it tastes
Just
like
throw
the
up.
soup.
That's all she does all day long. No wonder she wouldn't have energy for anything. Okay, what do we have on this plate? Typically they use grape leaves. Alright, what do you get from that? Is it digestible? Is there any point in eating it? You'll probably get a lot of tannins, which don't let you absorb any protein. And of course, in general, the amino acids are in the anti-nutrients. So this is what they call plant protein. It's not something that you can actually access. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's not a lie that vegans don't get enough protein, amino acids that is. Phytic acid from the bread and other grain-based foods. Then you've got oxalates that will create kidney stones. It's just absolutely toxic. It just is. This is poisonous. There's just absolutely no reason to eat it. It's starvation, it's malnutrition. It is not human food. Nah, she doesn't understand. But they all will eventually, when they get sick.
I just got back from dinner with Madison. We went to the Lebanese place, which is our favourite place to go for dinner.
Cool story. Sucks because she didn't get over 50 nutrients in this day of eating. Like all vegans. And she lives in the UK. She doesn't get any vitamin D. In summer maybe. Doesn't look like she goes out much because she's working on the laptop a lot. Because as I said, she has no energy to do anything else like all vegans. This is of course a problem because vitamin D is an animal hormone. She's not getting it from her diet. She's also not getting over 15 other nutrients. Fucking shitty diet. A vegan diet is a horrible diet. It's the least nutritious diet there is. There's no diet that doesn't have over 50 nutrients. Only a vegan diet. Why do it? For the animals? To destroy your own health? That's retarded. That's literally the definition of retarded. Thanks for watching.
Hey everybody, welcome to the brand new rollback format.
What up? Plant-Based News made a new video of what plant-based doctors eat for breakfast. I'm not exactly sure what they mean by plant-based, but I'm guessing that they're vegan. They make the colors very saturated so that it appeals to the slaves.
So breakfast, I think there's got to be one best breakfast, which has to be oats, whether it's hot cooked oats or whether it's overnight cold soaked oats, steel cut whole oats, which are then eaten with some sort of fruit like berries and has some additions like flax seeds or hemp. So I think you can't go wrong if you eat oats, berries and some sort of seed for breakfast.
Wow. Okay, it's one thing if you eat this on your own and don't promote it, because we understand that you're all completely retarded and have no clue about nutrition whatsoever. This is very clear. But when you promote this and tell other vegans to eat it, then you actually become dangerous because you're making everybody else unhealthy. Oats have no nutritional value. They have some minerals, but seeing as they have the anti-nutrients that bind to the minerals, you actually lose more than you gain from oats. So if you eat anything else with oats, you actually don't absorb any of those minerals. It's such an absolute joke. A lot of people in the UK have been eating this since the starvation days, since World War II. So she's from the UK. It's understandable that she may like to eat this. It's just absolute brainwash though. And adding berries to it, again, what's the point? It's sugar and vitamin C. You can get it from anything. You can get vitamin C from meat. There's absolutely no point in eating them. There's, again, no nutritional value. You add more seeds to it. Why? Oats are already made from seeds. Hello, she probably doesn't even understand it. And then you add more seeds, more anti-nutrients to it. Why do you add flax seeds? For the omega-3s? There are no omega-3s in fucking flax seeds. Just learn it at last. You don't learn anything about nutrition whatsoever. Doctors alone have no clue about nutrition, but when it comes to fucking vegan doctors or plant-based, clearly they're just the stupidest out there. It's just true. They're incredibly ignorant. How can you eat this? Like, what's the point? And then you have a lot of fiber also. So you constipate yourself. So you have no nutrients and then you have fiber. Why? Why do it? There's a lot of toxins also in those seeds. Like, seeds are the most toxic thing you can eat. Like, that's the thing that nature doesn't want you to eat. The plant doesn't want you to eat its seeds. It's the plant babies. They protect themselves. Fuck, man.
My favorite plant-based meal of all time.
What the fuck is this?
So
some orange head. It doesn't even look human.
Like bananas. Then it turns into this
What
sort of
the
soft,
fuck?
serve, thick ice cream
I don't know
consistency.
what
And then
to
on top of
describe
that,
this
I will
thing.
add a bunch of fruit. I'll
I
add
can't even
mangoes,
listen
I'll
to what
add
he's
fries, I'll
saying.
add bananas, I'll add dates on top of that. And it
One
tastes
of the
great. It's
weirdest
nice and
creatures
cold,
I've
it's
seen in
super
my whole
refreshing,
life.
And it's very satisfying. I mean,
In no way does he look healthy.
minerals and vitamins, but I sprinkled flax seeds on it, which are great for omega-3, chia seeds,
No.
omega-3, hemp seeds, great for protein and omega-3 as well.
I get what he's saying, but we can't convert it. There's studies on it. If you're a so-called doctor, then at least look into the studies.
My favorite breakfast, well, it's not only my favorite breakfast, it's what I eat like 363 days out of 365. I make a smoothie that we have the ingredients here. It has almond milk and vegetable powders and banana and frozen fruit and ground flax seeds.
Why
and
powders?
Food grade green tea and a tablespoon of brewer's yeast. And then I have with that, it's a nice great big 20 ounces, 14 grams of fiber.
Tea is
kind of
incredibly
thing. And then I have
toxic,
2
full of heavy
pieces
metals and
of
the
Ezekiel
nutrients
bread
and other
toast
toxins.
with fat-free hummus. And it's a lot of calories, but it gets me through the morning exercise and keeps my blood glucose levels for, even
Come
for
on.
a real long time.
I
So
don't need to
that's my
comment on
favorite
this. Look at
breakfast.
her. She's dying. She's super tired. Just
old-fashioned Quaker oats with raspberries, blueberries, strawberries, and blackberries, some raisins, a banana, and then some oat milk, which I like.
This is the guy who killed
really
3 of
holds
his patients
The data has
with a
been
low-fat
reasonably strong
diet.
that breakfast isn't a meal you should
SLC,
skip.
yeah.
So when luxury
Look
permits,
into
it's
that.
going to be a big bowl of oatmeal.
Why
It's
is he
gonna
talking
be,
about food at
some
all?
fresh blueberries, maybe frozen. It's going to be walnuts. It's going to be the spices I love. I'm going to put cinnamon. I'm going to put nutmeg. I'm going to put allspice. I'm going to put ground cloves, maybe some cacao nibs, and it's going to be thick and just wonderful.
And everybody says steel-cut oats and berries. Yeah, definitely that's a major carb. But we have.
Alright, what the last guy said, again, you add the cloves, right? Incredibly toxic, it's been proven. The point is, everything that they eat is just incredibly toxic. They don't understand this. They eat the parts that the plant really doesn't want you to eat. This is also so easy to find out. Just look into exactly what you're eating and then look into toxins. You can even find studies on this. There's lots of proof. There's lots of people who get sick from it. It's super easy to find out. And what is this, what I'm looking at right now? It's grain sludge. Okay, what are grains? Seeds. So it's seed sludge. And they're open up. They're not protected by their hard shell anymore. Seeds protect themselves. Once you chew them or you open them in some way, you get to the toxins, which is exactly what you don't want. And they probably think, oh yeah, I get to the nutrients. I get to what? I get to some sugar. That's all that it offers. Okay, so you get sugar. And then what do you get? You get all of these harmful proteins in there. You get all of the toxins and the anti-nutrients, everything that you don't want. And then, of course, as you can see, it has a black crust. What is this? It's carcinogenic. And they always talk about meat being carcinogenic because everybody cooks it well done or grills it. But then they fucking eat this, which is just the fucking same thing. You can't burn your food. Of course you should eat raw, but if you don't eat raw, then at least fucking don't overcook it like this. And of course never cook grain sludge, but fuck, yeah. And some sugar by the side again. So it's all sugar. Now, these people are not healthy. They're not going to live long. They already look fucked up.
Vegan pancakes, and we have vegan cheese with bread, and
there is no vegan cheese. It's completely toxic. Again, look into the ingredients.
The choices are so many, and we have 2 kids, a 13-year-old and an 11-year-old. And our game is that every day we would have something different.
My favorite breakfast recipe is tofu scramble. We eat a lot of tofu, which is an excellent plant-based protein.
Eggs.
And the way I make it is, I make it very spicy. I lived in India, so I have this this love for spices, and we cook it with onions and garlic and turmeric and paprika and coriander and cumin. We eat it
All
as
of
is
them are
with some baked potatoes
incredibly
sometimes,
toxic.
or we roll it up in a whole wheat tortilla as a tofu scrambled burrito. And I think that's my favorite breakfast.
So my breakfast usually is one of 2 things. Now the overarching theme is I want it to be quick and easy, so I'll have a giant bowl of oatmeal, sometimes I'll have 2, or a smoothie. And the smoothie, I'll toss in like a ton of greens.
Come on, man.
A ton of frozen fruit.
Do you want kidney stones? Yeah, then drink
I'll
that.
literally drink an entire
Again, this has been studied.
What I eat
Definitely causes
many
kidney
days
stones.
of my life is overnight oats. And the way I make overnight oats is
Shut the fuck
take
up with the oats.
old-fashioned rolled oats. I add either almond milk or soy milk that's unsweetened. I like to add frozen berries, and it's delicious, it's filling, it's filled with fiber,
looks
it's
like
filled
she
with
drinks soy milk.
antioxidants and phytonutrients, and it keeps me going all morning.
What the fuck
long.
is a
It's delicious.
phytonutrient? There's no such thing. Those are all toxins.
Actually has amazing vegan burritos. I mean, beautiful scrambled tofu with an ancho chili dip. That might be something I might have for breakfast.
It is green season, so
So there was
in the
junk
garden,
food?
We have collard greens, kale, arugula, and so I use those in the smoothie with
Why a
lemon,
smoothie?
apple, pears.
If you're a
some
plant
dates,
eater, why not
regular
just
water
eat the
or
whole
coconut water,
plants?
And that's what I drink on my way into work.
My favorite by
And
far
why
is
not
probably
just
like
eat them?
you
Blah,
know,
blah, blah,
kind of
blah.
cliche, but avocado toast with some tomatoes and salt and pepper and nutritional yeast. I put a little bit of like kelp seasoning on there, so I get a little bit of my iodine dose for the week. So I have my
Yeah, but kelp is anti-nutrients. You can't absorb the iodine. Wake up.
Right now, I mean, for the past, I'd say year
Fuck.
or two at least.
Some
we've
of the
had
stupidest
favorite
people
one
ever.
of the
They
family,
call
which
themselves
is,
doctors.
Power greens from Costco, so it's just a mix of greens, kale, spinach, all that stuff.
That word used to
flax
mean
or chia
something.
seeds,
Now we
depending on
have
what was on
vegan
sale.
doctors.
And
It's
then
an
mango,
oxymoron.
pineapple, and really ripe bananas and water. And we blend those up and we all just chug them down.
Sometimes when I'm feeling, a little bit more wavering towards a junk food breakfast, I'll make some grits. I am from the South, and so I'll take some grits, which is, made from corn, and I will add some nutritional yeast and some jalapenos and salt and pepper, and it's delicious.
All right, about the jalapenos. Why not try and eat a kilogram of those? Oh, because you wouldn't like that, right? Because they're toxic and you would throw up. Why do you eat food that you can't eat until satiation? Not that you could get satiated by plants anyway, but let's just assume that you could. Because you could eat meat until satiation and you wouldn't feel anything, especially if it's raw meat, of course. Same with the guy who had all of these spices, little jars. Try to eat the whole little jar. Wouldn't even work. Try to eat a kilogram of the spices. You couldn't because they're toxic. Your stomach would burn, it would hurt, and you would throw up. Also, what about this logo of plant-based news? What does the heart stand for? Love for everybody? What about all the animals that plant agriculture kills? You kill way more animals than any factory farm. Way more. Just look into it. Thanks for watching. What's up? Joey Carbstrong has been spotted harassing people on the streets once again. I'm gonna check out what he's up to.
Hello. Have you seen this before? Do you know what this is? Meat industry. Who do you think milk is for? Like intended for?
Yeah, I've heard that it's not like too good to drink.
But who was it intended for? Like the milk originally?
Completely irrelevant. We can do what we want.
Babies. Yeah, you used to drink. Did you used to drink milk when you were a baby? Yeah, me too. It's interesting that we're full-grown
I'm
adults
surprised.
still drink baby's milk. We
He
don't.
looks more like he was fed soy formula. The reason they wear those anonymous masks is to hide the malnourishment. People
they
wouldn't
spend
watch
a
the
lifetime
footage on
mourning for their
laptops.
children.
They would stare
Not
at the
even a lifetime,
vegans and
five or
never
6
go
years, and then
vegan
they're
because
killed.
they would see what it does to people.
Or you can drink soy milk, rice milk, almond milk, where there's no direct harm to a sentient animal. But I used to eat
There
these animals
is,
here.
they kill way more
Beautiful
animals by producing those milks.
Horrible way they struggle for their lives in here. Terrified, see? Trying to escape. See, they're trying to escape. They scream. You can hear it from outside the slaughterhouse really loud. And then
He's
human beings
obsessed
who don't
with
really
screaming
know,
and blood.
come along and get the sauce, and we're eating that suffering, and it's inside of us. You know, we can eat chickpeas and rice and lentils and beans and tofu and all of these amazing foods, burgers. Down the
That's
road,
way
there
more
are
suffering.
burgers
Hi everyone, I'm going to review what Bam Bam eats in a day. A subscriber of mine told me about him. All that I know is that he's a vegan on steroids. We'll see. Really cool. So absolutely narcissistic. That's a mental illness.
Yeah. What's up, guys? Back at it again this morning. I had some ginger tea, like regular.
Ginger tea is toxic? ginger in general, of course, is very toxic. And all that it does is produce a lot of stress hormones, which gives you some kind of energy. It's the same reason people drink coffee.
The day, like if you see my other videos, always have ginger tea mixed with lemon in the morning before I work out. That's my pre-workout. I like to feel a little cleansed and clean before I head to the gym. So
it looks so ridiculous.
Daily morning meditation, meditated right after. Now I'm heading to the gym, guys. So
it's actually very interesting how a lot of the narcissistic people like to meditate and do spiritual stuff and all of that.
Stay tuned for the rest of the day. Let's get it. Yeah, and I'm basically practicing something called polyphasic sleep cycle. I don't know if I said it right, but polyphasic sleep cycle. Basically sleeping for only 4 hours and taking 3 20-minute naps during the day.
That's not gonna end well. What exactly is the point of watching somebody doing this? There's no point in doing it in general, but then you actually watch somebody do that. Okay, I guess a long workout segment is coming up. Wow. This is a really long segment. It's been going on for ages. It's raining outside. You're never gonna be on TV, by the way, if that's your delusion. That just shows the mental illness.
Right now, I'm having a bowl of farina mixed
I can't
with
even.
milk, almond butter. Just put peanuts on top of it. See?
You gotta look up the biological value of these foods, which are all man-made. You will realize that, for example, for peanuts, you pretty much get no protein out of it at all because of the fiber and anti-nutrients. That's what the so-called protein is in. You gotta get to it, and you can't because you're not a plant-eating animal. Simply looking at the text on some package of peanuts doesn't mean anything. They want you to buy the product. You're just a sheep. It also looks disgusting, really.
Mixed with sunflower butter, bananas on top, pecans on top. So I had 2 rice cakes. One.
Rice cakes are simply empty sugar. There's nothing to them. It's fiber and sugar. What the hell is the point of eating it? The same with bananas. Why would you say that bananas have 2.6 grams of protein? What does it matter? How is it of any importance when again you have the fiber which you can't digest, and plant protein doesn't even have a lot of the amino acids which you need to build muscle. He's just one of these guys who blindly looks at numbers from websites and packages, counts together the so-called protein, which doesn't even count in what amino acids it has, that it's all hidden in anti-nutrients, and then says, oh yeah, you can get this much protein out of it.
Pecans and sunflower butter on top of it. And the second one with the banana and sunflower butter on top of it. Just letting y'all know the truth. I don't eat all of that at once together because I don't like being so full. So I eat it all. I eat them separately, you know.
Very good point. He doesn't like being full. What he really means is, of course, constipated from the fiber, because it's indigestible. Being a so-called bodybuilder as a vegan is such torture. All of them in general end up with digestive issues because of protein powders, but when you're vegan, all you eat are man-made plants. There's nothing natural about it. We're not supposed to have that so-called food in our bodies. And if he would eat raw meat, even cooked meat, he wouldn't feel anything. You can eat 1 kilo or 2 of meat. It's perfectly digested. There's no fiber or anti-nutrients that will mess with you. Try it.
Same thing during the day. Like, I don't like to eat a lot at once. I eat like every 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
That's torture. That's not life.
So guys, what I'm having here is lentils, pumpkin, and plantains. This plate was full.
It looks disgusting again.
I actually ate like half of it and forgot to record before I started eating. Sorry about that, guys. I was hungry. But yeah, right now, it's like...
Again, look up the biological value of lentils. Now, of course, you don't get so much protein. I can tell you right now, whatever he will eat today, he will end up with an actual biologic value of around 30 grams of protein, at best. But of course, it will say that it's over 100 or something like that. It's an absolute joke. When you look at what bodybuilders eat in general, it's always plant-based. All that they do is rely on drugs, and people like to watch them. They're no different than heroin addicts or anything else. They are losers.
1 p.m. and a quick 10-minute break. Lunch break. Just got up from a nap. Now I'm having some dark.
You look absolutely exhausted.
It says it's made with equipment that's shared with milk, cheese, and eggs and whatnot. But that's not where it contains though, so I don't care about stuff like that.
Not a true vegan. Some sugar. That's all that you get anyway.
What
Okay.
we have here is kale, spinach, potatoes.
Kale and spinach is high in oxalates. It's very poisonous to your body. Potatoes and the seeds that he named below are high in lectins. It will destroy your digestive system. You really gotta watch out. It's no joke.
Black lentils and white rice with a little bit of red beans.
Why do you count? Wow. Why count the protein of kale? You can't digest green leaves. You're not an herb. What? This guy's totally mentally ill. What is the point? Really? He counts up. It's too much. He doesn't even know what the biological value is of any of the foods, which means that it's way less anyway. And then when it's, let's say, at 120, he looks at kale and says, oh, it has 2 more grams of protein. Let's add that. 122. Wow.
What I would eat to end the day. I usually don't like to eat after 8 p.m. because my stomach feels so weird in the morning when I do so. But if I do get hungry later on, the latest I would eat is 10 p.m. Usually, like, I'll say 9 if anything, but 10 p.m. is the latest I would eat.
Wow, also his voice at the very end, incredibly exhausted. You're working out, which is unnatural to begin with, especially as much as he showed. I'm not gonna include the whole segment because it was incredibly boring. To go through that, I don't know how often he does, is so much stress for the body, and then what do you eat? A bunch of fiber and anti-nutrients, which means that your body has to fight it off. So you're in a constant state of stress all day long. Every day because of the vegan food. And when he works out, those days must be torture. He's of course surviving because he's young, I'm assuming in his mid-late 30s. But later on it's not gonna work out. His diet is pretty much sugar all day long, and that will cause strokes and heart disease in the long run. People who do bodybuilding, they get heart disease in their 40s and 50s because of all the drugs. Of course, society has been brainwashed to believe that when you look strong, you're automatically healthy, but he looks like he's dying. Thanks for watching. Hi everybody. I'm going to review the latest Michael Gregory interview on London Real.
Can I tell you about my experience on plant-based last year, and then I want to get into the book a little bit more.
Okay.
So last year, I had someone sitting in that leather chair. His name was John Joseph. He's the lead singer of the hardcore punk band, the Cro-Mags. Been plant-based for 30-some years because he was a Hare Krishna monk back in the day. And he's also done 10 of these Ironman races, which are these really long distance, 12, 13-hour races where you swim and you
He
bike
looks
and
so
you run.
weird.
So he got in the chair and he was looking at me funny and he said, Brian, I want to challenge you to do a half Ironman. I said, okay, maybe. And then he said, but you're doing it on a plant-based diet. And I was like, what are you doing, John? There's a scene in the movie where he walks in to my Airbnb in New York and I'm cooking eggs and bacon and he throws it in the trash and he takes me across the street and I'm drinking smoothies. You're going to be a better performance. And I'm 47 years old at the same time. And I didn't believe him.
I'm genuinely
I've done a lot,
surprised.
and,
I would have
he
thought
really knows
early
this. There's a great
60s
book
at
called Meat for
least.
Pussies, which again really kind of addressed this whole I gotta eat meat as
right.
men. So I started eating plants. I told my wife, she freaked out. You know, she's originally from Bulgaria, where she didn't know anything about plant-based diets, but she adopted and adapted, and all of a sudden she's making black bean quinoa nachos with vegan cheese, and we're rocking and rolling. And I first wasn't eating enough.
That's a good point. Nobody knows about vegan diets. That's why your wife also didn't know, because it's a man-made diet.
So I was a little bit calorie deficit. But once I figured that out, I had a great experience. I ran the race, and I felt so good that I kept it up for the whole year. And towards the end of the year, I just asked myself this, Michael. I said, am I doing this because I'm dogmatic, or am I doing this because this feels like the best nutrition? And I have a history of doing things because I'm dogmatic, or doing things until they kill me. Drinking, drugs, being a banker. It's true.
What is
so
that?
I thought, why am I doing this? And I introduced some
Totally
fish back
nerve
into my diet
damage.
and some grass-fed beef. Now, I am not doing a lot of that. I still eat a lot of plants, and I'm not eating cheeseburgers all
Look
the
at
time.
the way he
But for
sits.
me, I
He
feel
can't wait to
vegan.
talk.
And I've had a lot of people that have been vegan for 5 years that are actually now starting to experiment.
The blabbering is about to start.
Well,
Blah 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 blah.
Out there, right? So that's fantastic, right? I mean, if there was one thing, if you were going to obsessively commit to one thing in your life, rather than alcoholism, I mean, a healthy diet. I mean, the number one
But
cause
I
of
think I have
death.
a healthy diet. I'm just not 100% plant-based.
Right. Okay. So, but you can eat a healthy.
Your
diet,
voice sounds
right?
like
And we
it's
can
made out of
all eat
soy.
a healthier diet, right? Every time, it's a zero-sum game. Every time we put something in our mouth, there's an opportunity cost. There's a lost opportunity to put something even healthier in our mouth. And this goes for anything, right? You eat a banana, you just had a lost opportunity to eat blueberries, which are healthier than a banana, right? So you just put one.
How are blueberries healthier than bananas? Both are simply sugar and fiber. What, the antioxidants? I don't know if you're lying or you're ignorant. I kinda doubt it at this point, because you should understand that the antioxidants in plants are to protect the plants. They are not only useless for humans, they're actually harmful.
One thing on oatmeal or another thing on your oatmeal. Right. And so that's like, I mean, when you say is X food healthy or not? Is grass-fed beef healthy? Compared to what? Compared to bacon? Absolutely, right? Compared to chickpeas? Nah, that'd be hard, right? But I mean, so everything.
What? What? The way you can see if a food is healthy is, for one thing, if you can survive by only eating that, you can only eat grass-fed beef and be the healthiest you could possibly be, because it has every nutrient, it's perfectly digestible. Chickpeas you can't even eat raw. They are full of anti-nutrients and toxins and don't have over 50 nutrients. Idiot.
Everything we eat we should just all try to nudge everything up. And if eating a little bit of animal protein is going to keep you eating all the other wonderful food in your diet, how many whole plant foods are you eating? That, if there was one question, and so it's not how much meat do you eat.
Right.
How many whole plant foods? Now, if you eat meat, you're kind of displacing, right? There's a certain number of calories and satiety that goes along with that, and so you may end up at the end of the day eating less full. But in terms of health, it's how many whole plant foods you're eating, full stop. And the primary reason these other foods aren't good is because they may undercut your whole plant food consumption, in addition to whatever else they have bad in them. So yes, how much saturated fat or trans fats or too much sodium or cholesterol, but part of the reason that
How does he mix all of this together? Trans fat, saturated fat. What is bad about saturated animal fat? All of your cells are made out of it. No explanation. Sodium? You would die without it. Cholesterol? Again, all of your cells. What's unhealthy about it in any way at all?
They're unhealthful comparatively is because it's that bite for bite. It's the substituting one for another. And so, if you're gonna eat meat, make it the best meat.
Now, if I go out and shoot an elk and eat some wild elk, and that's a whole nother thing that you guys get mad at me about, but are you definitively saying that that is going to hurt me, having that meat, as opposed to having a whole food?
That's absolutely the healthiest. So elk and moose, 2% fat by weight. 2% fat. When you go to the store and it says extra lean, that's like 28% fat. That's the extra lean, right? 2%. So that is and so that's actually what chicken used to be in 1896.
Why does he lie? Everybody knows that that's not true. The meat in supermarkets in general, everywhere, even in butcheries usually, is incredibly lean. There's pretty much no fat because of the governmental guidelines.
2%. Now it's 23%, 10 times more fat. And I mean, but yeah. So wild-caught game without lead ammunition. That's critically important. If you shoot that elk with lead ammunition, it's bad. Compared to conventional store-bought meat, it's a significantly lower bump in postprandial inflammation after eating. Significantly less inflammation in their blood within 4 hours after eating the kangaroo meat compared to conventional bought meat. Now, you could argue, why eat anything pro-inflammatory at all? If you instead ate plant foods, you actually would have an anti-inflammatory reaction. Okay, fine.
Wow, there's nothing anti-inflammatory about plant foods. Pretty much everybody, even from experience, knows that plant foods are inflammatory. They destroy the gut for one thing. Also, the meat that you buy from a supermarket comes from animals that were not taken care of, whereas wild meat comes from natural animals. It's as good as it will get. The thing is that they taste cooked meat. And of course, especially when it has a brown, black crust, it will be inflammatory. Raw, natural meat is in no way inflammatory. All plant foods are, cooked or raw.
But if you're going to eat meat, that's absolutely the least harmful meat is the wild-caught meat.
Okay, fair enough. I am just not sure. I mean, look, I trust you as a doctor. You know what you're talking about. But also, in the past, doctors have told us to smoke Lucky Strikes, to drink skim milk.
No.
So I'm just trying to listen to my body, and I'm trying to make
No. We trust the science.
But you're 100% certain in your mind.
No, well, so there's studies been done. So I talk about in the introduction.
He's not.
How not to die. Yeah. This study. That's the question. Well, like how much is too much, right? That's an unanswered research question. We don't know. There certainly is an amount that it's like there's no science in the world that says being a social smoker, picking up a few cigarettes at a party once or twice a year is going to hurt you. I mean, there's no science that shows those social smokers have any higher disease rates than people who don't smoke at all, right? Now we can show smoking half pack a day, absolutely, right? Devastating, right? But there's some level at which your body will just repair any DNA damage and, get rid of all that tar. And so it's like, okay, well, what is that level? And so I'm always interested in looking for those particular studies. Probably the best study to come to that was the study looking at Buddhist monks. And someone was eating meat, one serving of meat every 3 days. I'm like, there's not going to be anything. If you would have asked me, I would have predicted that you're not going to see any kind of end, maybe some risk factor stuff. You're not going to see actual, end points like, disease risk. With that, I bet your body can bounce back.
Before you saw the movie Game Changers, because you're eating one burrito in Game Changers, and you got your bloods messed up.
Yeah, so listen. Okay, so now, all right, but
all right. But you didn't think necessarily.
I was skeptical that they would be able to see, and they found remarkable. I forget I think it was like twice the diabetes rates in people eating just a few servings a week. That was really surprising. And so that may be too much, but is one serving a week that? We just don't know. Does that mean it's necessarily good evidence? No. It's just, this is the best evidence we have so far. And if it weren't so important, then who cares, right? But when it's literally the number one cause, so dietary risk from the Global Burden Disease Study, in the UK, the number one killer of Brits is their diet. Smoking's now number 2. And think of all the resources, the regulations that go into getting people to quit smoking, right? No, but that's killer number 2. Why isn't that?
Essentially, he's admitting that he has no proof that meat is bad for you. He's talking about one study, but he doesn't say how it increased their chance of diabetes. I've never heard of it. He also said that the Brits are dying because of their diet. It has been plant-based for ages. Toast, lots of bread, beans. When they do eat meat, then it's sausage, which nowadays is not even made out of meat for the most part. What is he talking about? When they do eat fish, then it has a crust of wheat around it. Come on.
That same amount of resources being poured into getting people to improve their diet. And there is some, certainly sodium levels have dropped. And the best population level experiment in the world was, this public-private partnership. The UK government went to the restaurant industry, dropped sodium levels across the board in the playing field. And you saw a dramatic drop in stroke rates, improvements in blood pressure. Really, it's a success story, what's being done here. But,
I don't know for sure what he's talking about, but if he's talking about salt, which is a rock, it has nothing to do with sodium, then he's way dumber than I thought. Because that, of course, is unhealthy.
Nothing compared to that. So the number 1 killer is the British diet, just like number 1 killer in America.
Plant-based.
But it's such a personal
The food
thing
pyramid.
that the government starts to regulate that. It's a different thing if you look at cigarettes, because most people would admit that a cigarette is probably harmful to you. Now,
but not before.
Right.
And the science was clear at the time when people were saying, smoking in moderation is fine. When that's not what the science showed. They brought the population level sodium levels down, stroke rates came down, and you want to pour the whole salt shaker on it? That's up to you. It's easier to add salt to food than to remove salt from food, right? So that puts the power in the consumer. So it seems a little big brother.
It's funny that he's talking about salting food at all, because that's what vegans do, seeing as they lack sodium in the plants. It's too high in potassium in some cases, which causes an imbalance. And of course there's no zinc also, and lots of problems mineral-wise.
That they're getting all the restaurant chains to decrease their salt. But no, that's in fact empowering consumers to determine the levels of salt that they want to do. They can always add more. They can't take out.
Yeah.
Alright, as usual, he has no proof for anything he's saying. He likes to talk about studies, but to this day, there hasn't been one study out there that has in any way at all proven that a vegan diet is healthy in any way at all. There's no scientific proof whatsoever when it comes to veganism. There are quite a few studies out there that vegans are deficient in nutrients, which I will link in the description. A lot of you have probably seen it already. Plants don't have over 50 nutrients. This is why it's malnutrition. Clearly he's not doing very well himself. Nobody has to point that out. He's living in denial. Thanks for watching. Hi guys, as requested I'm going to review the video by Coach Greg. Top 11 foods people think are unhealthy, but are actually healthy. Maybe we'll learn something.
Coach Greg, and I'm here today to tell you the top foods that my clients, or just people in general, that think these are not healthy. But they are. They're
Wow, the voice is incredibly annoying. This is gonna be hard.
freaking healthy. So stop thinking you can't eat this stuff and wake up and literally smell the coffee and the French toast. Smell it and then taste the popcorn. So let's get started. I'm not a dietitian. I ain't registered for shit. I don't know nothing about anything. I am not even a doctor. So why listen to me? Turn off the channel and just go watch somebody else that knows something. I'm just gonna say what I think and what I know. French toast. What is wrong with you people? I've been eating this since I was 5. Come on.
Oh my god. Is it a joke video maybe? Maybe it is a joke video. I hope so, because he can't be for real. French toast. Toast, bread, fiber, literally no nutrients, only anti-nutrients. Easily absorb sugar, that's what carbs are. Guaranteed heart disease, diabetes. I've been eating it since I was 5. Must be healthy.
French toast is not creative. It's not new. It's awesome. Why is it bad? Oh, it's got white bread. Oh, it's got regular bread. Oh, it's got any kind of bread. It's got P28 bread. It's got bread. It can't be healthy. So what? You eat rice? Rice and bread. Same freaking thing. Don't be a...
He's basically trying to justify his horrible diet. And yeah, rice is the same as bread. It's also incredibly unhealthy. But this guy is a bodybuilder and all of them eat like garbage and die in their 40s, 50s. No wonder.
Carbophobe. Oh, and what else is in it that's so bad? Egg whites? Cinnamon? What? What is bad about this stuff? Stop making breakfast boring. Oh, it's gonna be oatmeal and protein powder because I'm a bodybuilder. Why do you guys think you need to eat boring ass, shitty, stupid breakfasts? I'm hardcore. I have to eat this stupid shit all the time. It's almost like people just want to brag and say, I'm a bodybuilder. I just can't eat anything that tastes good. I eat my asparagus.
This is incredibly cringy. He's clearly suffering from brain damage from the drugs. Wow.
Asparagus in my fish. Stop it. Stop this stupid myths. Number 2, popcorn. Oh, it can't. This is what I do. I have on my clients, I have 35 questions they have to answer. And on it, one of them will say, like, what are your 5 favorite unhealthy foods that you eat? And, like, what are your 5 favorite healthy foods? And half the time, people put healthy foods and they have them in the junk food list, junk food stuff in the healthy food list. What is so bad about this stinking popcorn?
Microwave popcorn is healthier than other snacks. It has more fiber and more polyphenols and less.
Polyphenols are toxins. Of course, people believe that the antioxidants, so-called ones in the plants, are somehow beneficial for humans, even though that has never in any way been proven. It has actually been proven that they are not beneficial, that they are actually detrimental to our health, and it has a lot of fiber. Okay, so that's healthy how? Fiber is the indigestible part of the plant. You've got overheated corn, which is why it pops, hence popcorn, which you then eat with a lot of fiber, which means that you can't digest it. You get all the anti-nutrients, literally no micronutrients, and that's supposed to be healthy because it has a lot of fiber. A lot simply means that it's all fiber, that there's no nutrients, and that you can't digest it.
Calories, less fat.
Protein, 4 grams. Fiber,
Yeah, it has no fat.
9.
That's why it's unhealthy.
9. Find something with 9 grams of fiber, 160 calories. That's insane.
You're the stupidest guy I've ever seen on YouTube.
This is fiber. They should call it fiber corn. And then maybe people would start eating it. Or call it skinny pop, and then everyone would buy it. Skinny pop is crap. But if you choose the right popcorn, I get about, 12 messages a day. What kind of popcorn do you get? This is the kind I get. Number 3, guacamole. They'll be like, well, I don't like avocados. I like guacamole, but like it's unhealthy, so I should eat it. I just, no. What are you talking about? Guacamole is avocado. It's the same friggin' thing. This is what I get.
I've never heard anybody say that guacamole is unhealthy. It's just a sort of sauce. It's not a food of its own. It's just something that you add to something. Avocados have pretty much no micronutrients, some potassium and whatnot. Nothing really. It's just plant oils. There's nothing really healthy or unhealthy about avocado. It's just a useless plant food. Maybe this stuff has more additives. That's about it. That's the only bad thing about it then.
Per little cup, 120 calories. Let's say they come in different sizes. 120 calories. 10 grams of fat. 5 grams of carbs, and 3 grams of fiber, and 0 sugar, and 1 gram of protein. So this is what I would consider my healthy fats. You can dip stuff in it. You can put it on bread. You can put it on...
It's not fat. Why does a bodybuilder who's supposed to look into nutrition not even understand it whatsoever? It's plant oils. Fat would be from animals, as in butter, any kind of animal fat, beef, lamb, whatever, eggs.
On vegetables, you can dip it in your veggies. You can put it in your P28 wrapped toasted stuff. It's just all around awesome fat. Okay, so if you're like one of these people that needs a lot of fat, there you go. Healthy, healthy. Stop saying you can't. You don't need to buy, I need a fresh organic avocado. No, just buy that prepackaged shit, leave it in the fridge for months, and eat it when you want.
Wow.
Protein bars. Almost everybody likes protein bars and considers them unhealthy. What is wrong with you?
Of course, people like them because it's the same garbage that they ate as kids. It's usually just a kind of chocolate bar or whatever. That's at least what it reminds people of. And of course, it's unhealthy because it's literally a waste product that they sell to the stupid bodybuilders who don't understand anything about health and how their bodies actually work. They use whey, for example, as protein, even though as far as amino acids goes, it's all over the place. Of course, you're not going to get the same as you would from a piece of raw meat, which is the best source of protein. Needless to say, I hope, but I guess it's not for them. Or casein, which is basically indigestible. All of the waste in the production of dairy. For example, of course, they also use other stuff. Hey, nowadays, even soy, and the so-called bodybuilders just eat it all up, all of the garbage, anything they can, because they're also, you gotta understand, just like vegans, they're starving because they work out all the time. And as far as food goes, their nutrition is so horrible that they just eat this kind of stuff.
A chocolate bar is unhealthy. How can you compare a chocolate bar to a protein bar?
Because it literally looks the same.
How? This is just one
Pretty
example.
easy.
Cheap ass Costco bar that I just throw on my bike sometimes I eat. 180 calories.
Man, I hope that this voice is an act. It's unbearable to listen to him, really unbearable.
21 grams of protein, 4.5 grams of fat. I don't have it all memorized. 3 grams of sugar, 2 grams of fiber. What is wrong with that? How is that going to hurt you?
What's wrong with
it's
you?
A high protein snack with 180 calories. It's not some high fat, high sugar piece of shit. What? Oh, because the protein in it is from whey protein, it's not healthy because it's not whole food? F whole food. I'm sick of, oh, it's not whole food. Screw whole food. You don't need whole food. Food is food. Okay? Doesn't matter if it's whole or half or a quarter food. What are you guys talking about? It's a whole food. Eat the protein bar. Just
Oh
don't
my
eat
God.
the shitty protein
Oh my
bars. The ones
God.
with, you go and you look at the freaking label and you make sure it's got a lot of protein and not a lot of shit. Boom, done. Fruit. Are you
The protein in it is the shit.
frigging insane? What? Who raised you? An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Is anyone in the world not know that saying? It's legit true. It happened.
It's a very new saying, actually, because apples obviously haven't been around for a long time. Not the ones we eat. Sure, there's apples in nature, but they are very small, bitter and sour. They are inedible. These sugar balls that we call apples nowadays, if you eat those every day, then again, you're just going to get closer to diabetes, heart disease, and so on, because it's sugar with almost no micronutrients and just a bunch of fiber to constipate you.
Keep me from needing to coach you. If you eat apples and fruit all the time, it's healthy. Oh, but in dieting it has sugar in it. It doesn't matter if it has sugar. Apples, healthy. I don't care what fruit you list, healthy. Eat fruit. Eat more fruit. Forget the fact that it's fructose in it. Forget the fact that it's sugar in it. Stop it. There's fiber and goodness. Do you know what's bad? You take this and you squish.
He talks like a vegan. There's fiber and goodness. What exactly? All that he mentioned so far is fiber, and fiber is incredibly unhealthy for humans. So what is it? All of this stuff is cultivated and man-made nowadays, and of course, sometimes your body may want sugar, and that's all fine, but then at least try to find wild fruit.
And you drink the juice out of it and you throw away all the good stuff. That's bad. Stop the juice. Eat the freaking
That's better.
apples. Eat the
If you eat it
oranges.
with raw
Eat the
fat.
banana. Next, this is a whole category. Foods that are not organic. F organic. Organic means bullshit. You don't need organic. Stop with the grass-fed this. Stop with the organic that.
I agree, because the organic label also brings a lot of bad stuff with it. I don't want to specifically mention what happens to animals for them to get the organic label in this video, but a lot of unhealthy stuff is going on in that industry, and it's the same for plants. They may not use these pesticides, but they will use the other ones, or maybe a little bit less. It's all unhealthy in the end. It's best to just go for grass-fed, even though he said you shouldn't, or free range. Just as natural as possible. Wild, always wild.
Oh my God, the pesticides are gonna kill me. The sun
Absolutely.
is gonna give you skin cancer and kill you too. Are you going to
No.
stay inside all the time? No. So stop it. Stop with organic. If you want to eat organic.
No, that's wrong. Pesticides are basically antibiotics and they will destroy your gut. The sun is super healthy for you.
Next is basically any kind of wraps or any kind of thing, bread, because it's not a whole food. Like, so people will literally think that this isn't healthy. Are you kidding me? 100 calories, 7 grams of fiber, 8 grams of protein, 3 grams of fat. Ingredients: water, whole wheat flour, and people freak out that there's gluten in it and some flour. So what?
That's literally slave peasant food. That's what people ate when they had no food at all, when they had no animal foods. Of course it's incredibly unhealthy, because if you only ate that, you would die from starvation. Seeing as there's no micronutrients, there's actually anti-nutrients in there. And again, he mentions fiber as if that's healthy. Dude, that's why you are always constipated, and don't tell me that you're not. All of the bodybuilders are, and you look at fiber. Try not eating fiber. Try eating 0 fiber and see how your gut is gonna feel.
You have to eat. You can't just only eat vegetables and then half of you're like, oh, you can't eat fruit. So what are we left with?
You can even see in his eyes that he's brain damaged.
Grass-fed beef and veggies, and that's all you can live on, and you're also vegan, so you can't have any freaking grass-fed beef, and you can't eat fish because you're vegan, so all you can eat is beans. Next, this is a big one. A lot of people, bring this up. They think you can't eat deli meats or sliced meats because it's going to kill them with some kind of pesticide or some kind of chemical or something in there. It just can't be good because it's pre-packaged and sliced. Can't be good. Preservatives are going to kill you. Blah, 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 blah. 12 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, 2 grams of carbs, 2 grams of fat. And it's got sodium. Sodium's not going to kill you either unless the doctor tells you that you have high blood pressure. You have to be concerned with your sodium. Everyone else that's exercising, we need sodium. Ham. Ooh, that's bad. Water. Ooh. I mean, come on, people. It's got some salt. Whatever. Life goes on.
I don't think he understands the difference between sodium and salt. Sodium is not an issue, but if it has that much sodium, then it obviously has salt added to it. Salt is a rock which accumulates in your whole body, especially in your brain. You get an incredibly toxic body, you get migraines all of your life and all kinds of health issues from it. Of course, you should not eat it. Other than that, these kind of meats is better than not eating any meat at all. Better than eating fake meat, but nowadays there's a lot of garbage added to it. I'm surprised that in this there wasn't anything from what I could tell, not much.
Next, anything in a can, people think, oh, and I'm sick and tired of you talking about the freaking hearing aid that I have. It's not freaking ear hair. Who the hell thinks an ear hair looks like this? Come on. I have black hair. Black hair. I take this out and I can't hear. I hear in this ear. This one I don't hear. That is a hearing. Stop writing stupid comments. Oh, I'm distracted with the hearing hair. Back to this.
I feel sorry for him.
Vegetables in a can. They're good for you. This is healthy. It's healthy. You have to open it in a can. It lasts long. Healthy. Stop thinking it's not healthy.
Vegetables in general are unhealthy. There's no vegetable on earth that has any health benefits whatsoever. There's only side effects that you will get from eating vegetables. It's simply fiber with toxins. You will get lucky if you're not able to digest the vegetables because of the fiber, and then you won't get as many natural toxins, or of course nowadays from 99% also the pesticides. That's about it. The only thing you gotta be concerned about when eating a vegetable is how unhealthy it's going to be, because it's always going to be unhealthy. And if it's from a can, and I don't know if he's going to mention this, then of course you're also going to get heavy metals from it, especially the way they are preserved. It leaches from the metal. It's supposed to go into the food.
It's in a can, so it has sodium. So freaking what? You need sodium to live. If you don't have salt, guess what? You'll die. You'll cramp up all the time. You won't be able to hold any water. You will die. You can't have no sodium. Sodium is needed. Unless the doctor says...
Sodium is in every animal food. Of course, you will get it.
You're on a low sodium diet, you have to be careful, blah, 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 blah. But guaranteed, you're eating salt.
You don't need a low or a high sodium diet, just a natural amount found in whole natural foods.
Somewhere and you're eating at McDonald's. So shut up, eat your freaking vegetables from a can. It doesn't matter if they're frozen, fresh, or in a can. All healthy. All of them healthy. What makes them a bit less healthy? Cooking them. Does that make it bad? No, still super healthy. It's hard to ruin a vegetable. The only thing to make it less healthy is you cook it in coconut oil.
Cooking it would technically be better because then again you would destroy even more of the toxins in the vegetables.
Or in butter, and you add a ton of calories, and then you eat a surplus. And then that's not good for you because you become fat and obese, and you don't want that. So you eat your vegetables. It doesn't matter what kind. This is the hugest one of the bunch. The hugest one. Dairy. People think, oh my God, they think you need to cut out dairy so many weeks out from a show or a photo shoot or when you get to a certain body fat level. Oh my God, lactose, dairy. It's a never-ending nightmare for me as a coach to convince people to shut up. Shut up about dairy. Dairy is good for you. I don't care what study you read that tries to say it's not. And
dairy can be good for you. A lot of people are intolerant, and of course the stuff that he's showing there right now is not healthy.
And for those of you who are lactose intolerant, so what? There's no lactose in here. Everything they make now comes lactose free. So what do I eat? I eat this all the time. There's Greek yogurt. It's got sodium, 70 milligrams, not much. It's got a lot of protein, 18 sugar, 4. It's lactose.
If it was raw dairy, absolutely, why not if you tolerate it? But all of the specialized stuff is so denatured to the point where you can't even digest, assimilate, or absorb any of the nutrients in the food. Sure, yeah, macronutrients, blah, blah, yeah, you get some fat out of it, some protein, yeah, sure, you will even get some minerals and whatnot, but way lower amounts. Kind of just an imitation of the actual food that it should be.
So what? Guess what? This was $5 at Costco on sale. 3 of these things. Think of it.
You never wonder why it's so
So
cheap.
shut up. Lactose free. If I said,
He keeps saying shut up, and he's very aggressive to the viewers simply because he really wants people to shut up. He can't accept anybody else's opinion because he wants to live in denial. He wants to eat all of this garbage.
do not overanalyze this stuff. Healthy or not? Healthy or not? It's healthy.
No.
Chocolate bar, it's unhealthy. Jelly beans, it's unhealthy. You getting the point here? It's pretty easy to start saying healthy or not healthy. The last thing on my list.
He's caught in a trap. This is very typical. This is the way the food production works nowadays. You make complete junk where it's just absolutely obvious how unhealthy it is because it makes you feel like garbage basically right away when you eat it because you are eating garbage. And then you have all of the stuff that you've been told all of your life, which is maybe unhealthy, whatever, but I eat it anyway. And this is the stuff that he calls healthy. He doesn't even understand what a natural human diet is. In nature, we drink blood, we eat raw meat, raw organs, liver, kidneys, brain, and so on. That's healthy food. He doesn't even live in the same reality, which is why, to him, that this stuff must be healthy. How could it not be?
This protein powder. Why do people think, how many weeks out do you cut out protein powder? What kind of stupid question is...
Again, just like guacamole, I've never heard anybody say that protein powder is unhealthy. And I do know people who get digestive issues later on when they use the protein powders, maybe in their 40s.
Is that? It's protein powder. I mean, it's protein. Whey protein. Casein. Isolate protein.
Why do you mention protein as if protein is just protein? The protein comes from many different sources, like you mentioned yourself, and whey and casein are horrible isolated sources, especially if they are in a powder form.
Protein, where did you get the idea that you had to cut out protein powder? Man, other shows...
Some people are clever and realize that it's a waste product and simply marketing. They don't know what to do with that stuff, so they sell it to the bodybuilders.
I sat there with a milkshake, like a 1 liter jug, and would eat for 5 or 10 minutes straight. Protein powder.
Okay, none of the stuff he mentioned was healthy, that's for sure. But like I said, he doesn't understand what the word health even means, what the optimal natural human diet is. So in that sense, you can't even blame him. Besides, obviously there's something really wrong with his brain, which is why I said I do feel sorry for him. These kind of people will be depressed their whole lives. They are striving for something which will never give them any kind of fulfillment. It's an endless chase for empty